I had it turned down for other reasons. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. This is the Inland Wetlands Commission for the town of New Canaan. It's March 22nd, 2023. I apologize. We had a few technical difficulties at the beginning of the meeting, but we are back and we will be asking for a nomination for.
Yes, so good evening and welcome everybody. This is a special meeting of the Inland Wetlands Commission, Wednesday, March 22nd, 2023. And this is Secretary Angela Jameson calling the meeting to order. Chair Dan Stepanek, who is with us virtually, has asked me to chair this meeting. So please may I hear a motion?
I move that Angela Jameson is the pro tem chairman.
I second.
Thank you. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? Thank you very much. So now we need a secretary pro tem, and I would like to nominate Beth Sanford.
Second.
All those in favor? All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. So please, Commissioner Sanford, would you call the roll?
Yes, Dan Stepanek,
I'm here.
George Perkins,
Here.
Anthony Sillo,
Here.
Katie Owsley,
Here.
Priscilla Woki,
Here.
Angela Jameson,
Present.
Beth Sanford, present.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner Brunali is absent. She has recused herself from the matter that we're going to discuss this evening. So I would like to ask Commissioner Owsley to take her seat, please, for this evening's meeting.
Yes.
Thank you very much. You have an agenda in front of you. Any questions? If not, could I hear a motion to approve, please? Thank you, Priscilla. Second? I'll second it.
second it. I'll second it. This is Dan.
Thank you. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Aye. Anybody vote against the approval of the agenda? No, that's carried unanimously. So this evening we are discussing and possibly voting on application number 22-23-11, 17 and 23 Hill Street 72 LLC. The application requests approval of regulated activities associated with a 93-unit residential community development, including site development preparation, construction and maintenance of building, accessory structure and associated driveways, parking areas and drainage measures in designated upland review area. The application also proposes to improve the substantially constructed and previously approved access driveway crossing area, including increasing the pervious surface of the access driveway from 16 to 20 feet and extending the existing retaining wall across the access driveway. So we have had many meetings. We've had public hearings. We've heard from 3 sets of experts, the applicants, the interveners, and then third-party peer reviewers. And after closing the public hearing, we've had a number of meetings where we have discussed this particular application. It's a complex one, and everybody has affirmed that they have reviewed the record. So where we are currently is that a straw poll at the end of the last meeting indicated, and it's only indications, that one person was in favor, one commissioner was in favor of approving the application, 2 were on the fence, and 4 were leaning towards denying it. What I'd like to suggest is this evening we have to get off the fence. We're running out of time. For a couple of reasons. Firstly, we do have a statutory deadline, which I think runs till April 2nd-ish, but we actually have another practical deadline, which is that tomorrow we will lose 2 of the commissioners who will be traveling out of the country. So I really think we need to, knuckle down and reach a conclusion one way or the other. So the process that I'd like to propose that we follow tonight, the plan is that we first begin by looking at the revised draft resolution for approval with the amended special conditions. And the way that this would proceed at this juncture is that a commissioner would move to approve with special conditions. We'd look for a second, and then we'll have a discussion. We'll go around each commissioner in turn to hear how they're looking at this resolution to approve with special conditions. So if there's a majority, and then we'll finally move to a formal vote. If there is a majority in favor of approval, we will then immediately move to consider the intervener's pleading. And, that will pretty much bring us to the end of this evening's business. However, if there isn't a majority in favor of approving the application with special conditions, we'll then move to discuss the draft resolution for denial following the same process. So does anybody have any questions or comments on the process that I propose we follow? Very good. Well, let's start then with the draft resolution with special conditions. Do I hear somebody moving approval of that?
Angela, this is Dan. I would like to make a motion.
Thank you. And your motion is?
I would like to make a motion for the commission to approve application number 22-23-11, 17 and 23 Hill Street 72 LLC, with at least 10 special conditions. I say at least 10 special conditions because others on the commission may wish to add more to the list. So that's my motion.
I'll second it.
And George Perkins seconds it. Very good. So let's begin our discussion. As George has made the motion, could I, sorry, not George, Dan, could I ask you, Dan, please, to briefly set out your reasons for your motion and motion to approve?
Yes. Here's why I have made a motion for the commission to approve application number 22-2311, which includes many special conditions. I believe the peer experts and the applicant's experts, through their research and analysis, has shown the commission that if the applicant follows the construction as planned, they will be able to accomplish what they set out to do. For example, the objective of the two third-party reviewers that we retained both said, and I paraphrase, with respect to the adverse effect on the wetlands, if all systems work as intended, any impact on the wetlands will be minor. They did say, however, that we should include a robust bounding measure and a full-scale monitoring program, which I believe we've addressed in depth as two of our special conditions. In addition, each one of the applicants, 4 experts, said at the conclusion of their presentations, and I paraphrase, if everything is constructed accordingly to plan and properly designed, there will not be an adverse impact to the wetlands. Even Maria Coplet, the town engineer, said that even though there may be a slight overflow of storm water in the newly constructed stormwater management system, the slight increase of water does not concern her as having an adverse impact on the wetlands. Moving to the interveners, I believe that Attorney Stein made an excellent case where he discussed the newly constructed driveway and newly constructed bridge that both would not be able to support the heavy load of rocks and debris crossing the bridge when being hauled away. However, this motion, this negative feeling that I had was dispelled when GZA Geo-Environmental, after thoroughly testing and analyzing the driveway and bridge concerning its reliability to support the heavy traffic and heavy loads, stated at the conclusion of its February 23rd report to the commission, and I'll quote them. It says, "The wall is suitable to support the driveway for domestic vehicles and fire trucks. Also, it will support the heavy concrete trucks during construction." However, they also said that the pavement section should be examined periodically, and that the monitoring system should be judged or reviewed seasonally. So after reading the report by GZA, many of my negative feelings have gone away. So although I certainly appreciated hearing from Attorneys Shapiro, Durkin, and Klein, and the public in their press, in their state public, in their hearing, in their presentations, I believe no one said anything that was not and could not be corrected or commented upon by the applicant's experts. As we know, we needed to analyze and draw our conclusions from the experts' testimony. As we said already, we know many special conditions that should the applicant stumble and not deliver on the plan he vowed to deliver, our special conditions will cease work until until these violations are corrected. So I just, that's why I believe that the commission should basically approve the motion with, I think there'll be 15 special conditions.
Thank you, Dan. Can I just ask you whether you would propose any additions to the special conditions? I see actually 10 on the draft resolution.
I have some here that I'd like to propose, I guess,
Okay,
But-
I think it would be helpful to put those out on the table at this point.
All right, I have some. I believe, and this may get down to process, that we really need to fine tune the relationship between the director of wetlands, a town engineer, and the certified the professional civil engineer and the certified soil scientist. And I mean that there should really be regular meetings between, there should be an initial meeting where the site monitoring program before it begins, to make sure everybody understands what's expected of them. Now, if that's one that I feel that could be included, I believe the inland wetlands director and or the town engineer has the authority should have the authority to cease work on related projects until any adverse issues are corrected by the applicant. So I think that the town engineer and or the wetlands director should be able to cease and desist on any projects that we feel that the monitoring people feel are violations, and they should be corrected before work continues.
Excuse me, Dan, Kathleen Holland for the record. I just want to stop you for a minute. So I think you said one condition, which I think what you're referring to perhaps is a pre-construction site meeting with the director of inland wetlands, town engineer, and selected site professionals. We're not sure who they are just yet, along with the representatives from the development company prior to any construction activity. So I think that's what you're getting at.
Yes,
with
yes, you're right.
Okay.
That's correct. Exactly right. Yep.
And then the second one, I believe, I think you rolled right into it. You were looking for the ability for the director of the
Authority
wetlands.
For you, Kathleen, and or the town engineer, as soon as these monitoring, the monitoring people come to you with the violation, that you have the ability, the authority to stop work until they're corrected.
Yes, I do. You certainly can add it in as a special condition, and the town engineer in my absence could fulfill that role as well.
So those are the two other ones. I was thinking, Angela, that maybe there may be like from George or someone else that is in the is going to suggest approval. They are may have suggestions to
Yes.
for conditions, but if they
So
don't,
what I'd like to, so I'm sorry, what I'd like to suggest is that we do go round the table, as it were, and as everybody comments on their reasons for either voting to approve or voting to deny, they can comment on any additional conditions that have been suggested, as well as what is already in the draft.
yes.
Are you happy with that as a way of proceeding?
Personally, I'm happy with that. Yes.
I think it makes a lot of sense to do this a little bit formally, go around the table, make sure everybody has the opportunity to address the questions at hand. So now I'd like, if you finished, I'd like to call on George, who seconded the motion, to tell us why he seconded the motion for approval. George, we
Oh,
can't hear you.
I just unmuted. This
Good.
is George Perkins for the record. Dan, I don't think I can improve on your statements for the reason of for these special conditions and approving and the application. Further, in looking through the all of the various documents, most of the objections hinge on speculation of failure. There's the words are used potential, could, would, but there's very few flat out statements indicating that the wetlands would be altered. And the statements that do not specify what would happen. So that's my feeling. I think Dan did an outstanding job. I don't know where I could improve upon that. And so my feeling is that with these special conditions, I am leaning toward the approval of this application.
Thank you, George. And do you have any comments on the additional special comments, the 2 additional special comments that Dan prepared?
No, not at all. I think having these meetings and setting the right people in them prior to and continuing through the construction phase is an excellent idea. And also the ability for Kathleen to enforce the problems that might arise with the cease and desist order.
Thank you very much. So now we'll go across the table here in Town Hall, and I'd like to ask Commissioner Owsley to provide comments on the motion that has been made.
This is Katie Owsley for the record, and I would not vote in favor of approving this application. Do you want me to expound on that, Angela?
Yes, I think that would be useful to have that on the record, the reasons that you would not vote in favor.
So Dan, mine are, I started in a similar place that you did, which is you said that the peer reviewers all noted that if everything functioned as laid out, then it should not pose a risk to the wetlands. But I would note that both of the peer reviewers also noticed that the failure of the stormwater system would in fact have significant adverse impact on the wetlands and water courses. And so to me, that really speaks to what sort of a high risk, a high gamble situation this is, which is if something goes awry, it could seriously impact those wetlands. And we don't know to what degree improvements could be made after the damage is done. So I started with that premise, which was, okay, if something goes awry, that this could be a significant problem. So I went back and really started looking through the numbers again that the applicant used, the assumptions they made to build their models. And specifically, I noted it incorrectly in my notes. I called it the wetland summary. It was from the drainage summary report. And very specifically, their tables that they use, they understandably use the moderate, the average rainfall, as opposed to the higher estimates that they also included in their report. And so I followed actually the URL that they included in their document to see where, where they got those tables. And they do note on that webpage that exactly what I enclosed in this, that it is older analysis reflect current conditions, and recent analysis show that this is not the case, particularly in New York and New England, where the frequency of 2-inch rainfall events has increased since the 1950s, and storms once considered a 1 in 100 year event have become more frequent. Such storms are now likely to occur almost twice as often, which really suggested to me that we can't ignore the rainfall estimates in those upper confidence limit tables. And again, those were not the ones that were included in the in all the calculations done for the stormwater runoff. I also noticed that in the wetland assessment report, some of the reporting and observations were as old as 2017, which is now 6 years ago, and frankly in a different climate weather pattern than we are today, just by virtue of that age. I also thought that the green roof information, it was highlighted substantially in the stormwater management system. It was clearly indicated as one of sort of 7 key aspects of the drainage system, and they talk about it providing both a reduction in the runoff numbers and also providing filtration, but in no way was that ever presented in in demonstrable terms that were very accessible. Those were really my major issues. The significant reasons that I am voting not to deny, I'm voting to deny this application. Again, I think it's a very high risk thing, proposition, and I think it's based on, I don't necessarily have confidence on the underlying rainfall estimates on which all of these calculations are based.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Owsley. Do you have any comments on the revised special conditions, including the 2 additional ones that that Dan Stepanek suggested?
The only comment I guess I would have, I continue to be concerned that some of the conditions are not necessarily going to be as preventative as we hope they are, and that they still lack teeth. I know cease and desist is a significant deal, but we really can't put a number on that as we sit here right now.
Right.
So I think that's important to note. I also think that there is a question of an undue burden on Kathleen and on the town in enforcing, an untold number of conditions.
Thank you. But do you have any specific suggestions as to how you might like to see the special conditions revised?
No, no.
Okay, thank you so much. So Commissioner Woike, would you like to speak next?
First of all, while you're talking about the special conditions, I find that they are adequate and probably hard to, a lot of them, some of them hard to enforce. And again, I agree with our friend here that if they are going to be burden to the town and Kathleen and whatnot. But, so I'm going to talk about why I.
Yes,
So
please.
I think my main reason is that the report, drainage summary report that we got is misleading. And it's quite clear that the proposal will significantly increase runoff. They say slightly, but 12 to 13% is not slightly, it's more than slightly. In the drainage summary on page 4, they do not disclose the number. Instead, they only disclose that runoff volume will slightly increase, it just said. But that would not affect the wetlands because the extra runoff would flow into the 5 Mile River. I have a problem with the runoff too, because my personal feeling is that the runoff is going to be dirty. It's going to be contaminated because cars have gone over it. So it'll have the car oil and the dirt, or if the wind blows, dirt from the side or grass or whatnot, that just normal things that end up in our driveways or on hills, basically. So by saying that is only a slight increase, they don't disclose that it's 12 to 13%, which I believe is more than slightly. It would deteriorate and it would include all kinds of residue. And of course, during construction, I think it will even be worse because there'll be a lot more construction dirt and residue and things coming down that hill. And I don't believe necessarily that 4 inches of grass on top of part of the building is going to make basically any difference in the runoff.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to turn to Commissioner Sanford next, please.
Yeah, Beth Sanford for the record. I too started with the same premise that Katie Owsley mentioned, which is that the failure of the stormwater management system would be egregious to the wetlands. It would be harmful. So that this whole proposal is contingent on that being a fail-safe system. Even with our monitoring, if things go awry, then it's going to have a negative impact on the watercourse and wetlands. So in terms of looking over all the materials of the testimonies and the expert witnesses, some of the things that stood out to me was, first of all, the process itself was somewhat flawed in that it was characterized by some inconsistencies, some contradictory information, frequent changes, some unresolved issues and incomplete information that meant that our experts were not able to fully evaluate all the components of this complicated system. And we even heard that from in terms of our experts that we were relying on. I found that the environmentalist, soil scientist, wetlands expert was really probably the most important from my perspective to really, listen to what he had to say, and that was Michael Klein. And he said in his last March 1st letter to us, which I guess he was not able to, appear because he was away and he had only a cursory amount of time to review the latest changes. He said that he had not, that many of the comments in my February 24th review letter have been addressed in a way that it's conceptually acceptable. However, I am not able to determine if they have been implemented by changes to the plan. This places the commission and you or your staff in the position of having to decide if the cumulative effects of numerous plans changes, which presumably the applicant expects to make as a condition of approval, is great enough to result in a new plan. He went on to say in his February 27th testimony that he had never in his 40 years had this one round of back and forth, and he wasn't, really clear that all the discrepancies had been resolved. So that was one, the process itself. I'm not sure that we have we can have ultimate confidence that everything has been addressed and that we know all the details of how the system's going to work. Secondly, there were in two cases questions about kind of the assumptions that come at are important in determining whether there was going to be an impact to the wetlands. I spoke about this the other night, but that the modeling of the wetlands functions, which is our experts weren't to do it themselves, they were to evaluate what was presented to them by the applicant. And our expert said that the main thing that jumped out to me is that the technique applied, which is called the highways method, is qualitative, and it tends to obscure small impacts because it is not a reproducible method. Because someone says it is a moderate value for a certain function, it is not reproducible. So there was another part that he said that the impact is that it obscures smaller, medium-sized impacts, and it relies to a very high degree on the judgment of the people who's doing the work. So if the methodology of what the impact is qualitative and our expert did not like the way the model was applied, I think that's significant from my perspective. So are we evaluating what the true impact is going to be of this very complicated project? Another question which was raised by both S.E. Minor and Joe Canis was about the modeling the flow paths. Again, the S.E. letter of 221 indicated that the flow paths for the times of concentration were not taken from the hydraulically furthest points in the DA 1A, DA 1B substations. We agree with this concern. The flow paths are used to develop the time of concentration, essentially the amount of time it takes for a rainfall across a sub-watershed to fully contribute flow to the outfall. The time of concentration is dependent upon land cover, flow length, and slope. Sites that are steeper and are paved have a shorter times of concentration than sites that are wooded and flatter. this is an inverse relationship. He goes on for a long way. I included it in my document. But I think that just again, getting at the core of what are the intrinsic assumptions that are driving the whole evaluation of the project. There are questions about the modeling. And the last point that I would make is that it, particularly in the oral testimonies, it came out that there was some sense of lack of confidence of what's going to happen over time. And that goes way past just the construction period. And the question is, first, one was about how we could enforce the environmentally friendly de-icer into perpetuity. There's a question about this is Michael Klein in his testimony on February 27th. It says, at this point in time, my concern is that there are additional elements that should be represented in the plan to give a higher degree of confidence that over the long term that these measures will function. He talks about this not being those like some systems of maintenance that are either largely passive or require maintenance, and that as the level of complexity rises, the likelihood of an unintended effect increases, which is why I have commented that you should have a very robust system of bonding and monitoring in place for it's approved. But it's a conundrum, he went on to say. And then he came and talked about a recommendation that we, in fact, consider the prudent alternative of a 2-lot property rather than the 93-unit property. And I know that's not what we're here to discuss, but if our lead environmental scientist has concerns about the long term and would resort back to a previous condition of this property, that gives me pause in terms of accepting a proposal applicant permit where our responsibility as the Inland Wetlands Commission is to protect the wetlands and watercourse in perpetuity, and so that we really cannot endure that risk of approving an application that might not do that.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Sanford. Do you have any comments on the special conditions as drafted and the 2 that were added?
I don't have any additions to suggest.
Thank you. Commissioner Sillo, would you like to go next?
Sure. I'll be honest with the commission, whoever's listening, I am extremely, extremely torn on this issue. Mostly because I do agree with what Dan pointed out, which was both experts of ours did conclude by saying there would not be any adverse impacts to the wetlands. And the applicant did give us a lot of literature and information on the system that they're going to install. Also took into account SE Minor's comments, mostly that you just pointed out. I'm really having a hard time with is, one, to Commissioner Osley's point, is the green roof and the lack of information that we have with that. The other thing that I have a issue with is I have a really, really, really big issue with contradicting with another town entity, meaning Maria at Engineering. There is a policy in place, which we were told through hearings and that it's a policy. This policy is the town of New Canaan's policy, where flow should not increase during or if they change something on the lot. So contradicting with engineering is I don't think that it is a prudent thing to do, but I will say that I think that if we, well, two things. One, if there's a way to put a special condition in saying that, and Kathleen, keep me in lane, I guess, but if there's a special condition that we can put in, is there something that we can say like Maria is satisfied? I'm sorry, Maria, I guess if is the engineering department satisfied with the system? Like there was like a hint of doubt, like that they could engineer it maybe a little bit better or something different where they wouldn't get that minimal overflow that you guys pointed out, right? Because I think well, the way it was described to us in the record was if it was this crazy overflow and it would be 1/8 of an inch higher than what is there now.
I can add a little bit to that if you'd like me to.
Please.
Kathleen Holland for the record. As part of, should this actually go towards a building permit application, one of the stops that the contractor has to make, or actually the first stop, is the town engineering office. So I do not believe, based on Maria's testimony that she provided, that they would be allowed to not meet the volume.
Well,
flow.
so I guess that's my question and part of my point, which is I would have a hard time approving something if it contradicted another New Canaan entity, right? So I feel like it's like a little bit of a cart before the horse. Like maybe it shouldn't. Obviously, we're going through all this, but maybe it shouldn't have got to us until it got approved by. I don't know how that it would all work.
So the only difference there is the engineering, the drainage policy is housed, if you will, within the Public Works Department and comes out of the a regulation in the planning and zoning. Maria also elaborated a little bit on that during her testimony. So this commission is not the keeper of that policy. However, in the event it did have an adverse impact on the wetlands, yes, then you might be able to do something about that. But there was testimony from, I
Yeah.
think, Dan.
So
said-
like I said, that's where the line for me kind of gets a little gray, because if it doesn't pass if it doesn't pass Maria's policy, then how can we say that it's going to be, maybe Maria's going to say, okay, applicant, it needs to be a bigger system because it doesn't pass this policy. And then we've talked about all these things where if she does make them put a bigger system in, then our worries all go away.
Can I just point out a couple of things?
Please,
I wondered
please.
whether that can be sort of subsumed into the second additional special comment that Dan Stepanek suggested, in the sense that we're going to have a special condition that there needs to be a pre-construction meeting that includes the director of inland wetlands, the town engineer, the on-site monitors, 2 of them, one engineer, one soil scientist, and the development company. And there's going to be also somewhere in these special conditions, Kathleen said she could work in that Director Holland and town engineer Coplet, that the director of inland wetlands and the town engineer have authority to issue cease and desist until any adverse consequences are corrected.
Right.
I mean, I think you have that
Yeah,
authority, but
yeah.
we can put it in here.
Mhm.
Does that help, or I mean,
I
it doesn't.
think so. I'm just kind of
directly address the
jogging because like
drainage
I feel
policy.
like I am the most split out of this whole group. And I'm hearing both sides, and I've read all the information. You sit there and go, okay, the applicant has given us everything that they could give
Mhm.
us. And there are some fill in the blanks with some other stuff. But again, our experts have said that even though they didn't have time to read it or didn't have enough to, didn't get fully thoroughly into it, they did say that there wouldn't be any adverse impact. So you have to look at it in both ways, where there is facts on the table. There are facts saying that our experts said that there wouldn't be any adverse impacts. But I also understand all the points of the other commissioners. So I'm sitting here to myself saying, what's the feeling and what's fair, right? And I think that it comes down to, we need to be what's fair. And I agree. And I think we spent a lot of time, and I appreciate especially Angela's organization with this whole thing, and Dan and the Kathleen and everyone that's kind of leading this thing up, saying, you know, we did spend a ton of time on these conditions. And I think that that's what this commission is here to do, is to protect the town, is to protect the integrity of this commission, and to make sure that we do everything that we can to protect the wetlands. And I think that what's been proposed with the special conditions, we are protecting the wetlands as much as we possibly can.
Okay, so where does that, do you want a concluding statement? We're
I
not
guess-
voting, we're gonna
I
go
guess-
around
I
and
gue-
actually vote in a minute, but it would be nice to have a concluding statement if you feel ready.
I guess my concluding statement would be, I would probably vote for it, as long as we go over the special conditions again and make sure that we've covered everything. Because factually, after looking at all the facts, the special conditions are where we need to be.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So for the record, this is Angela Jameson, and I will not be voting to approve the application. As Commissioner Sanford has articulated, we have a responsibility as the Inland Wetlands Commission to protect the inland wetlands in perpetuity. And this is a very significant, complicated engineering project that includes major excavation, and then the habitation of a very small plot of land by 93 families. And it seems hard to believe that the wetlands will not be adversely impacted as a result of the construction and the amount of habitation on that piece of land. I mean, I note that the burden of proof rests with the applicant to show that the regulated activities will not adversely impact the wetlands and watercourses. And in my mind, the applicant has not met the high bar that burden of proof requires. We have three sets of experts who are all saying different things. The applicant's experts have concluded that the proposed development will not have an adverse impact on the wetlands. The interveners experts have concluded that it will, and the third-party reviewers had a lot of concerns and questions, and their concluding comments did not, in my mind, give this project a clean bill of health. There were still too many open questions, too many concerns about what the impact will be. So my basis for denying the application rests specifically on the following. And I am relying very heavily on the interveners expert. So Mr. Sandolo, the engineer, said that the increase in peak flows will result in an adverse impact on the wetlands. And in his report of the 27th of February, 2023, he notes that the proposed development will increase peak flows in the one-year storm event by 0.11 cubic feet per second, or 49 gallons per minute. This increase, he notes, is not negligible, and it will increase sedimentation and erosion while exacerbating existing flooding. Given the specific circumstances of this project, it is his professional opinion that this increase will result in an adverse impact to the wetland and upland areas. He also talks about the increase in runoff volumes as adversely impacting the wetlands. Again, in his report of the 27th of February, 2023, he notes that the proposed development will increase runoff volumes in the one-year storm event by nearly 3,000 cubic feet. That is 22,434 gallons. If a wetland is inundated with more water than it is accustomed to, he goes on to say, this is just as detrimental as a lack of water. And it's his professional opinion that this increase is unacceptable and will impact the wetlands. He also noted that there are significant increases in runoff volumes in the 1, 2, 5, 10, and 25-year design storms, and that these are relatively commonly occurring storm events. An increase in runoff volumes during these events would adversely impact the wetlands, and these conclusions are supported by his detailed analysis in his earlier report of the 19th of December, 2022. Another basis that I have for denying the application is his conclusion that the pollution of groundwater from the rock cut while being conveyed through the proposed stormwater network and discharged into the wetlands will adversely impact the wetlands. The catch basins and piping, he noted, will trap pollutants which will be picked up by the water. I also am persuaded by another set of issues that Mr. Sandolo raised in his testimony, the failure to address concerns regarding the structural integrity of the retaining wall and its relationship to the proposed infiltration of runoff directly behind it. In his report of the 27th of February, Mr. Sandolo stated that in his professional opinion, the proposed design of having a mortared stone wall with a dry laid stone footing is very unusual and not structurally sound. Failure of the wall would result in discharge of polluted runoff into the wetlands and upland area, or even worse, a structural failure of the wall itself. I'm also persuaded by the failure to that he noted to address concerns regarding the structural stability of the western retaining wall for sliding and overturning. There were significant concerns with deficiencies and open items remaining that were noted not only by Mr. Sandolo, but also by Mr. Klein of Davison Environmental and Mr. Canis of
Higginbond.
sorry,
Higginbond.
Bond. Thank you so much. So Mr. Sandolo concluded in his report of the 27th of February that the application lacks the level of detail and analysis warranted by a project of this magnitude. It's not possible to determine whether the proposed development is feasible, nor to determine the full extent of adverse impacts to the wetlands. Given the material provided, it is his opinion that the proposed development will have an adverse impact on the wetland and upland areas and pose risks to the general safety of the public. Mr. Canis of Tighe & Bond, in his final report dated the 27th of February, noted that there are still areas where additional information is needed to satisfy his concerns. More information is needed in relation to stormwater management generally. He expressed concern that the groundwater passing through the ungrouted base of the retaining wall will short circuit the water quality volume treatment that would be achieved by infiltration. More information was needed. And this is the same point that Mr. Sandolo raised. Various additional information, Mr. Canis said, is needed in relation to certain aspects of the retention system, as well as hydraulic computations for the proposed storm drains. And he also questioned how the area for snow storage was determined. This, I think, is an area where it is extremely difficult to put special conditions in place that will actually ensure that snow in the event of a heavy snowstorm is dealt with in a way that will not be detrimental to the wetlands. 15 parking spaces have been assigned as the places where snow will be stored once it's been gathered. And we're not clear why 15 parking spaces is the right number to come up with. And additionally, how do we know? No one was able to answer the question about what would happen if those parking spaces are filled. I believe that the special comment that has been included says that the snow removal, any additional snow has to be removed from the site. So Mr. Klein of Davison Environmental also expressed concerns and noted areas where additional information is still needed. The proposed measures for directing water away from the boulder wall of the driveway involves adding soil to the wetlands in the previously disturbed area between the boulder wall and the silt fence. Mr. Klein also stated that the green roof is an integral element of the stormwater management plan, but raised questions about whether additional information is needed to demonstrate the feasibility of this portion of the plan. Mr. Klein raised questions about the proposed rock crusher operation. And he also noted that the proposal regarding invasive control was very generic and did not identify success criteria, timing, and specific chemical control measures. Like Commissioner Sanford, I noted Mr. Klein's comments relating the way in which the highway method for assessing wetland functions and values has been applied in a non-standard fashion. And at the meeting on the 27th of February, Mr. Klein expressed a concern about the runoff from the rock crushing operation, including that the stormwater infiltrated into the management system will not be adequately treated. Additional elements are needed, he said, to ensure that over the long run, all the stormwater management measures will function as intended. And he noted that as the level of complexity of the systems increases, the possibility of unintended consequences increases, and it's more difficult to ensure the viability of the systems. In his report, and the final report on the 1st of March, Mr. Klein noted that the response regarding the cost estimate and financial mechanism for long-term maintenance of the stormwater management system is unacceptable. And then in that same report, he noted that the use of the final stormwater management measures as temporary sediment and erosion control is not recommended, as it is likely to compromise their performance in the long term. So in sum, I base my my judgment that we should deny this application upon the testimony of the experts, of the interveners, in addition to the very significant concerns and unanswered questions of the peer reviewers. As far as the special conditions are concerned, I think that the two additional ones that Dan Stepanek proposed are good ones and should be incorporated. So would anybody else like to discuss anything further before we formally go around the room and vote on whether we're going to approve the application with special conditions or whether we're going to deny it? Do we need to read it out or amend the special conditions?
Well, that you would read it.
I would read it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah. So, yeah, so the chair would read this and Attorney Gelderman is on the call, and if he could just turn on his camera for a minute, we have a process question. Pete?
Sure.
Hi, Pete. Kathleen Holland here.
Hi, Kathleen.
And Angela Jameson. Pete, are we going to actually vote on the resolution to approve the application? Does it need to be read in full by someone? It's very long.
No, it doesn't need to be read in full, given the count. You have 4 people in favor of denial.
We haven't had the final.
I understand.
The final vote.
Well, I understand that, but unless somebody changes their mind, you don't have to read the entire resolution at this point in time. If everybody is clear on the 12, I think that now 12 special conditions that are attached to the approval. So essentially, everybody has seen the resolution. It was modified at the last meeting to some extent. Everybody has seen that. And so the motion would be to approve the resolution as modified with 12 special conditions. I think that's all that needs to be done for purposes
Very
of this vote.
Okay, so I would like to propose that we now move to a formal vote on the resolution to approve the application with.
This is George
12
Perkins. For the record, I'd like to ask Pete a question before we go to vote. If the resolutions are approved and the application is approved and is overturned, can we return to these resolutions again, because it'll have to come back to us?
George, I'm not sure I understand. If the,
Well, here's my,
yeah,
let's say that we approve the application with resolutions,
with conditions.
with conditions. And it goes and it goes to appeal, and the appeal is overturned. Do we have the ability to go back to the revolution? I mean, will this come back to us again? Or once it's overturned, that's it?
That's it. It will only come back to you if you vote to approve, there's an appeal, and a judge remands it back for some reason to the commission for further consideration of whatever the issue might be on appeal. But if the appeal is denied, then that's the end of the, then
That's it.
there's an approval in place with conditions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so everybody, okay for us to proceed with a vote to vote on the motion to approve the application with 12 special conditions. Dan, please, could you tell us what you're voting?
Yes, I still feel that we should approve the condition with the 12, approve the resolution, approve the application. And also, which would include the 12 special condition. Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. George Perkins?
Yes, I vote to approve the applications with the special conditions, including the extra two that Dan included.
Thank you very much. Katie Owsley?
I will not vote to approve the resolution, the application.
Okay. Thank you very much. Priscilla Woike?
I vote not to approve the
Okay.
application.
Beth Sanford?
I vote not to approve the application.
Anthony Sillo?
Fence.
I motion to approve the application.
Okay, thank you. And Angela Jameson, I vote not to approve the application. So we have 4 votes not to approve, 3 to approve. So, you know, very, very close, close outcome there. So that means that what we need to do now is to move on to consider the draft resolution for denial of the application. And I think we still have quite a bit of work to do on that. Kathleen has provided us with a draft and then another document that's findings for the denial. Do people have comments on what we've got so far here?
Angela, this is Katie Owsley.
Yes.
I thought it might be helpful to bunch them in ways that make sense. And for me, just as a process, I was thinking underlying conditions that we questioned, and then maybe process, and then stormwater management questions. Again, I'm just throwing these out here.
Mm-hmm.
but for me, it's helpful to look at them and sort of like piles.
Yeah, so sorry, what was the first bucket?
The first would be underlying assumptions, and that's to do with the peak flow issues. and
Yes.
The drainage summary report numbers. So a lot of the runoff and so on.
Right. Well, I'm going to throw out a question here. I think, and please, Kathleen and Pete, or anybody else, correct me if I'm wrong here. I think we actually have to state tangible reasons, specific reasons for why we're denying it. So based, so it might be the increased volumes in runoff as per the testimony of X and Y.
Oh, for sure.
So I think that's the kind of text we need to
No, I
come up
understand. I
with.
just meant grouping them, each of those in larger groupings.
Right. So there's a sort of a discussion tool.
But yeah, underlying assumptions.
Right.
Which points go to underlying assumptions, which points go to the stormwater management functionality.
Yeah.
Beth?
Beth Sanford for the record. So I'm looking at this document that Kathleen prepared. And number 16, which is crossed out, is I think where we start at. The commission finds the most credible evidence was presented by the interveners and peer reviewers. There's no embellishment. We haven't detailed the reasons here at all,
No.
right?
Oh, that's
Okay.
is that what this is?
So that is what the findings for denial is a start to do.
Yes, so
So
I think.
that would go after point 14, Kathleen?
Or 6, oh, I guess you renumbered, is that why it's crossed out on what I have here?
I think it's on this, right? The
Which
hard
are you
copy.
looking at?
Do you have another hard?
I think it's underneath.
Well, we're
it's
looking
underneath there.
at both documents, the findings for
see.
denial and the actual draft resolution to
She
deny.
needs this?
Yes.
She needs this?
You need another copy, Beth? Is that what you're saying?
No, I've been
No.
looking at it on my screen.
Geez, what we're asking, Kathleen, is where you would put the findings for denial.
I don't know. So I guess it's a format type question, perhaps for Pete, between the draft resolution for denial and the separate sheet, which I took from the information that I received from the 4 commission members who were inclined to vote no, and put them on just pulled them together in that format. I'm not sure these are specific things that would then end up in the resolution for denial. So that's a decision for the commission to make. But as far as formatting, Pete, is there a specific spot that their findings should be incorporated into at what point in the resolution?
Yes, the findings should actually be the initial part of the resolution. So, what you do is you say it's basically separated out, findings 1 through whatever the number is, then reasons, just titled reasons, and then you would say in the resolution, that is the collective statement of the commission that based on the findings and the reasons given above, the commission votes to deny the application. So at the beginning of that, you can have resolved, and resolve that at the top before the findings. So you have a little resolution language, then you have a set of findings, then you have a set of reasons, and you have a statement that based on the reasons and the findings.
Okay, so it sounds like we should start by discussing the findings and then move on to the
It's
reason.
collective statement,
Reason which would be based upon those findings.
correct.
Okay, so, so one finding might be that, and I'm throwing this out for discussion, the applicant has not provided sufficient information to answer, all the detailed questions that have arisen about this, highly engineered project.
So Angela, can I just suggest that we put that in the process bucket and then maybe discuss after that any other process issues so that we're.
Okay, so
um,
so you'd like to start, you'd like to talk about those three buckets?
Well, I was thinking underlying site assumptions as one, construction/system issues as a second, and process issues as a third, and maybe there are more, but I was.
Okay,
thinking
let's
those are
go that
three
route.
Broad ones to
Yes.
start with.
Okay, so underlying assumptions, what would you, this would be for findings. So what would you suggest we put in there?
Well, my first point was an underlying assumption about the rain estimates, and I think I mentioned this before, but I marked it incorrectly as a wetlands summary report. I took it from the drainage summary reports. So the
Okay.
rainfall charts that are in the appendix of the drainage summary report.
Right,
So they use the middle category, as it were,
yep,
and not the upper confidence levels, which they did list. And my concern is that instead, if you use the upper confidence limits and you plug them into the formulas they use for peak flow, drainage, et cetera, that those increase the potential for damage to the wetlands because they increase
Yep.
all those numbers. And again, I took that from the drainage summary report, and I also used the URL that they listed on the drainage summary report as they explained there.
okay.
And if you want, I can give you the page or the appendix of that as well.
Kathleen, I think you're going to have the task of turning this into a draft that we can try and vote on this evening. What I'm going to suggest is that we come up with as much as we can for the findings and the reasons, and then we pause while Kathleen tries to pull it all together for us. And then we come back and restart the meeting. So I could see us being here quite a while.
You can always see us being here quite a while, Angela.
Me? I just want to warn people. So what we're basically saying then with the underlying assumptions.
Can I just ask you a
Yes.
question?
Sure.
I do not have Word on this, do either of you have
Oh,
Word?
yes.
You have Word?
Yeah. Do you want me to get one?
So
Get it?
if you gave me your,
Yeah, computer.
I could perhaps type.
Yes.
It won't show up on the
absolutely.
screen, but unfortunately I don't have Word on this.
Okay.
So
Let me.
I just thought of that as we're sitting here.
That's a very good
So-
idea.
You don't have
It's-
Word on there.
No, we're gonna work that out because
That's
Where's the new one?
Beth Sanford, for the record, we're still,
yes, we're like,
Katie, did your calculations, did you see that in a report from one of the experts?
So if you go through,
Well,
so
maybe
this
not.
table is in.
I got to try and get a new.
And
And
one.
whose report is that?
Drainage summary
Sorry.
report that was supplied by the applicant.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So
I want to save it.
right.
There
if
you
you
go.
wanna
Give it to you.
save them, so save it to your
Yeah.
desktop there, whatever, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I'll put in a
And then you
re.
see later on that they.
Oh, come
they
on.
Insert these numbers into their calculations.
If you
Uh-huh.
want to
Same
follow the
numbers,
discussion, I'll get
As
this.
opposed to
this,
the other.
Okay. Good. Again, Beth Sanford, I cited, the modeling of the flow paths, and is that a separate thing?
I think so, yeah.
So that would be another point.
Yeah. So the flow paths would be separate, I think.
So in terms of underlying assumptions, it would be, I think we have 3 components to that. Did you have some, Angela?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the document ready for, I'm sorry. Do you want?
Do you want to load what she wrote
So,
before?
where's the document?
Well, I thought you would start, oh, you want to start with my document, right? Or
Well,
which
I would,
document?
I'm not gonna start over.
She wants to
So,
start with that one, the one that,
Oh,
that,
you want to start, so you tell me what
Do you
document?
have this one?
So Beth.
Yes, I do.
low
So
caps,
I
rainwater
assume-
estimate.
Actually, maybe
That's-
it's this one.
the highway.
Okay, yes.
So
Okay,
Or is that a?
I'll get it for you.
so if
That's
you
an
did- if you
assumption.
did This one,
Yeah.
I guess I could cut and I could try to type as you're.
Yeah. Okay, give me a minute. Gotta find it.
Unless you just want me to hand write down, and then we take a break and I go downstairs.
Well, it might be quicker just to type it in, you know? Okay, well, whatever you
Yep.
find.
I-
Um,
Much as we can cut and paste too.
just make sure I got the right one here. This is the resolution to deny rather than,
Well, that's what you want. the rest
I
of
know,
it.
but I
Oh,
got to
okay.
check that that's
Yeah,
what
yeah,
I
yeah.
got, not the
Uh,
one to approve,
Got
okay?
Got it.
Okay,
Beth Sanford for a question for our attorney, Pete, are you still here?
I'm here.
Should we just, not being an attorney, should we state what the reason is maybe simply and then have exhibit A and B and C with the testimony that supports that?
No, you don't, excuse me. You don't necessarily need to have the testimony spelled out that supports the reason, but it's helpful to cite the expert that you relied on in your reason. You don't have to, because the record eventually has all that testimony in it. And so, based on testimony of so-and-so, the commission finds that, whatever the finding is. So you can simply reference the expert testimony you're relying on without necessarily
this is it.
attaching it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
You have to use the pad. There's no mouse, there's a pad. I'm sorry, I was a little distracted trying to get the computer up and running.
Is it working now or?
Yes, I think, no,
I mean, how do you,
She's not a Mac person.
she's not a Mac person. Does somebody have a non-Mac?
oh boy, I don't know how to use it.
What if,
What are your computers, your laptops there?
They're all Macs.
Max, but I'm
Max.
just wondering if you could, even if it's in the body of
I
an
don't
email,
know
if
how to
you can
use this.
send it and then we can paste it into a Google Doc and get it to Word.
Okay, maybe we're gonna have to take notes by hand, huh?
Fortunately, I don't know how to use
No,
how to even get it.
I think
to go up.
suggestion's a good
Oh.
one.
Okay, well, so.
No, 2 fingers.
2 fingers. Well, how would you know that?
No.
I have to say, for the
Can't just
record, I'm
use a
not
Mac
an
with-
iMac fan, but still.
Okay,
We could put it up. I think Katie has a good suggestion. Just start it as a Google Docs. You're working on the internet. You don't need Microsoft.
it's Google Doc.
We don't use Google Doc. I think we're Microsoft
Yeah.
Office
Yeah.
people.
So
But it's the same thing.
I've got,
I have the draft for denial and I'm just copying it off of my computer. I can drop it in a Google Doc and share it and edit it and share it if you want.
Yeah, but we're not going to be able to get that document easily, Katie.
You're wrong.
You just email it to
You just
Kathleen.
can
and
download it. You add it
Just
online.
Copy and paste and email it to Kathleen, and then Kathleen can pick it up on her.
because I'm running the meeting.
Oh.
Can't,
Oh, I see.
so
You
I,
can't work on that computer, period. Okay, I thought it was a matter of Microsoft Office.
not unless we cut everyone off, and people are still coming into the meeting, so I'm admitting people into the meeting as well. Okay,
I'm just
um,
opening it and
well,
paste it.
I would say then you're back to
Putting into Microsoft.
me trying to do it
Word.
this way.
Yeah, or I can try and take notes too.
Katie's gonna do it.
She's going to take notes?
Yep.
Okay,
Well, we're gonna not notes. We're gonna put it into a document.
Okay, very good.
And then if
I
she,
promise I can get it to you.
It's in Google Docs.
right,
though.
if she types it all in, and then once you guys are satisfied with what's been put in there, then send it to my email and I'll go downstairs and print it out. So
Alright.
you'll
Okay.
actually. have
What,
that.
but we all can, what,
Starting
could
with the
do.
draft Denial and
Right.
editing from, okay.
so why don't you send us the link to that? Because we can also look at it at the same time. Would that help?
Is that
Unfortunately.
okay?
Yep.
Okay.
So it's up in the cloud on Google. That's the only difference. Is yeah,
Just I don't have access to that. If
No,
I'm running the
we
meeting.
can
Yeah.
have it.
Okay, well,
Beth, I just shared it.
I mean, I'll take notes as you speak to get the
well, you can
wording.
share this with me. I just.
If you want it, but you don't have your computer.
Okay.
Let me- would you like to-
I don't have mine, but I don't mind. I
Look
don't
at that,
mind.
it's right here.
Not sure how else to do it.
Today's
though.
the 22nd, just so you know.
321. Okay.
It's amazing.
You made it big because just
I can't see anything. You're just making fun of me on the record.
no. I'm just wondering if we'll make it smaller when we
Wait,
print
too?
it. When we print it, right?
She's got a blind girl next to her too, that's to read off
There
her
you go.
computer.
Okay, so you're sending it to our town email addresses, Katie?
I can share it with those one. Yes. But Beth and I both have it open right now and we can edit it as you're going. So why don't I just send it when we're done? I'll just take the
Okay,
notes
fine.
and share it.
Right. Okay, so let's go back to, we were talking about underlying assumptions. So the rainfall charts in the drainage summary, and the URL that were provided, the applicants used medium category, not upper limits. Using upper limits would have increased the volumes. Is that basically what we were saying there?
Yes.
Okay.
So again, I'm just gonna ask, so I'm looking at this document, it's numbered up to 18. Where should we be writing
I'm
this
just
in the
writing it
document?
down.
Do that for now.
Yeah,
until-
that's a good
until-
idea.
So, yeah,
What you want to do?
what did you just write?
I wrote the first category of underlying assumptions.
Okay,
And the first one being the rainwater estimates.
Right.
And then under that, we'll do flow paths and highway systems.
Well,
That way.
and why don't you be
tell where we-
specific where you got it
Yep.
from?
Drainage assessment report.
Drainage
No,
summary report
Was it in there, in the date from, and I would say it's from D'Angelo,
revised on the 15/23.
yeah.
So-
On page 4, I believe.
So, I mean, is where we're going with this, that that we are listing the underlying assumptions that we think that we concluded were questionable,
And they underestimate,
right? And
The
is this going to
risk
be a
to the-
finding?
I don't think questionable. I think they
Just the-
use the middle ground as opposed to inputting any of the upper.
Right, so this would be a finding. Because we've got to think about these, whether they're a finding or a reason.
Right, yeah, I'm fuzzy on that.
Finding.
Yep, it's a finding.
well, yeah, the finding is that the water flow is relies on,
It's what you use
Medium
to
estimates on
make
high
your decisions.
estimates.
It's a finding, I think.
Use of average precipitation estimates, rainfall precipitation estimates.
okay. Oh, you're a fast typist.
Average precipitation.
Okay. Oh, I got some, thanks. Okay, tell us when you're ready, Katie.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm ready.
Okay, so I mean, an assumption or a finding that I would include is that the proposed development will increase peak flows in the 1-year storm event by 0.11 cubic feet per second or 49 gallons per minute.
You want to open up her other document?
And that was in Mr. Sandolo's report of 227. This increase is not negligible and will increase sedimentation and erosion while exacerbating existing flooding.
All right, and sorry, I've got to copy and paste that from yours.
Okay.
Yours is called denial bait, yes, okay.
That's
Sorry,
right.
Say that again, Angela.
So it's basically 1A, the
Okay,
proposed,
got it.
yeah. I don't think you need to put in the bit about given these specific circumstances, this project is our professional opinion because that is a reason.
I just cut and paste right from what you,
You would include, so would we include something like that in a finding?
okay, which part?
No, it's from my
Oh.
document. So
Yours here, but
let me share this.
that was your reasoning, but this is, you just want to do this part, that part, the increase in peak flow is to that report, is that what you mean?
No, we want to put this because that is a finding about the proposed development will increase peak flows in the 1-year storm event, et cetera, et cetera.
Mhm.
But whether we add here his conclusion.
I guess it's the commission's decision if you would like to add that in.
Okay, well, let's put everything in. So, I mean, I would, from my document, if everybody ends up agreeing with what I've put here, I would pretty much put everything in. And, the same with the other documents, but that is a question because we all kind of came at this rather differently. Commissioner Owsley and Commissioner Sanford relied very heavily on the testimony of Mr. Canis and Mr. Klein, whereas I relied heavily on the testimony of Mr. Sandolo. My suggestion would be that we include all of those.
Yeah.
Provided everybody's comfortable with that.
So then you would want to go down your
Yeah.
sheet. And
Yeah.
I don't, everyone has gotten it distributed to them. I didn't print these out though, so.
But we need them electronically anyway.
Yeah, you all have it electronically.
Yes, and I pretty much read from it. So, it's on the record.
All right, so I just copied yours and
Yep.
Okay.
It's down at the bottom.
it is now. So that's just Angela's document pasted in right now. See the back?
Mhm. So I think, again, just to give this some order, I thought, I think yours was really Beth Sanford for the record. Angela, I think what you have is got a lot of clarity. But I don't think you covered what we just started with, which are the underlying assumptions, which are questions.
No, so this is
let's
moving
just-
on to
yeah,
something else.
Yeah, so let's finish the underlying
Okay,
assumptions.
let's do that.
I'm
Let's
just
do
gonna
that.
make it so it's not all uppercase. The underlying Assumptions.
Beth, I'm just dropping in yours now and I'll drop them. I'll just keep dropping them in. And we can edit them.
Underestimate the impact on the, I'm just gonna say estimate the impact on the wetlands. Or the. You could be reading this along with us if you want to see it.
Right, did
Sure.
you email it to us?
Now, you just need the link. You want to email the link? I think you would like.
Yes,
to
I
let-
think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Dan and George, would you like to have the link emailed to you too?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Are you able to pick it up on your
I should be, yeah.
phone? Yeah.
I might be going in and out on trying to get it, so.
Here we go.
I was trying to make this so it's going to be completely understandable. So I'm just editing it as
I'm
we go.
just copying and pasting
Okay.
the
Right.
other documents in. Do you guys see it?
We do, we
Okay.
do. So we'll go down to where you're actually typing.
But like all the red would come out on the strike down stuff would be taken out as well.
Yes, well, I think probably, yes.
She'll do
but
that.
Well, we can do
Okay.
that afterwards. Yep.
I had done it already downstairs, but but anyway.
Well, what we may be able to do is then that you cut and paste the additional things into your updated.
So the
copy
upper
then.
confident estimates will make it
Should you be
higher,
able to do
right?
it? Took me no time at all.
Okay.
Yes, I don't think I
Obviously,
can say
I
that
should-
clearly. I didn't plug them into the formulas. I did.
Okay, we change.
I plugged them into a generic flow rate
All right.
formula. So, but yes, they significantly.
Under findings, the underlying assumptions underestimate the impact on the wetlands. So we're dealing with assumptions. I wonder if that shouldn't read the underlying assumptions underestimate the underestimate precipitation.
Well, we're going to bundle three of them together.
Okay, fine.
So I think you're right. It maybe what we want to say, the underlying something may underestimate the potential impact or something like that.
I mean, either it does or it doesn't,
Okay.
you know, if you don't think it does, then it shouldn't.
Well,
be
if
in-
it's a higher flow, then,
Yes, but not may. Does.
okay, all right,
okay?
then it's
Will.
will.
Yep.
What underestimates, I think it says it now. Right, or how
Yeah,
would you
the
like to?
underlying assumptions
All right, so-
underestimate the impact.
Okay, number two is I'll do the highways method one, right?
Mhm.
Or actually, I also had it, you cut mine is that.
George, if you got the link,
I'm having trouble because I had some problems signing on a couple of months ago. And since I'm on, I can't seem to get to the link. If you can send it to my AOL address, I could probably pick it up from that.
you know, that's problematical because
I don't know if that's allowed.
when it's problematical, I would
Follow
think.
along. You just follow.
Yeah, because that would make everything in your email account, personal email account, potentially discoverable in a court case.
Correct. So I'm gonna go back
You
on my
just follow
notes.
along.
I'm gonna go back on my notes to see if I can, there might be a workaround that I might be able to
Yes.
get on. But if
Very
not,
good.
I will listen carefully.
Okay, very good. Number 2, what are we going to put there?
I'm just cutting and pasting
Oh,
it
great.
now. It needs to be edited, but I'll just start with the
Yes.
big block.
This is exciting. We
Waiting for something to appear.
What page is it, Katie? Now I'm kind of
Which page is what?
where we're editing right now.
Sorry.
Oh, there. Oh, it's at the bottom. You put, no,
I'm literally just dropping in. I dropped in yours. I dropped in Angela's. I
Right.
dropped in mine. I'm looking for Priscilla's so that
here, fine, no. Where's the thing I just started though with the assumptions? I can't even find that page. Should be doing it.
I'm sorry.
One of them should be doing it, maybe not both.
it's
Do you
page
think?
9 or 10.
Okay,
You see it?
yeah, I got it. It's
Okay.
smaller type. I should be able to find it.
All right, so I'm gonna keep trying to find Priscilla's document and drop it in.
So Priscilla's wasn't a document, it was just embedded in an email.
Okay.
It was in.
Oh, thank you. Okay, perfect. Okay, you know where you are, right? I'm gonna go to the end and get.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm good.
That's the beauty of Google Docs.
Mm.
One person can
Mhm,
work on it at the same
Mhm.
time.
You can work on it at the same time.
mhm.
So Beth Sanford here for the record. So I, I don't know if I can just say that this is on the second assumption that the flow paths were questioned. The modeling of the flow path were both question. And is that all I need to say and cite the 2 different documents they came from? Angela, do you think that's good enough?
Yes, I think just for the moment, just put in where you found that. Where the.
And it's going to add a little bit more. there. So I think that's enough there, Angela. Number 2.
Yep, I think so.
Right.
First glance.
Then I'm gonna go to the highways.
Yep, the highway method.
You talk about that too?
I don't think I did in any great detail.
Yeah, I thought, but you both mentioned it, but.
You
that's-
both
Yes,
mentioned.
we did both
Yeah.
mention it.
Mhm.
Yeah, I just said the highway method for assessing wetland functions and values has been applied in a non-standard fashion.
I think Katie said similar.
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
I'll add it right now, but I think we already have green in here, so we'll consolidate all of those, but yes.
This is a good idea, Katie, to put it in here because then we can also multitask.
Yeah.
Did Dan get it or is he?
Dan, this is Angela Jameson. Did you get the URL? No. Okay.
Go to my document. There was something that wasn't.
What are you working on at the moment, Katie? Which bit?
I'm just getting.
Doing
this-
Priscilla's.
Oh, Priscilla's great. Oh, you're just typing them in.
Yeah.
Got it. I think we'll have to tighten this up a bit, you know,
Oh, for sure.
because it kind of. I mean, it reads like notes for speaking, which is how it was all drafted. Okay. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna edit this. I think for our own edification, we need to be as explicit as possible about why that's an issue, because
Yeah.
so everything is a lot of information.
And certainly worth just throwing in the word, it's qualitative, but that.
That's what I'm gonna do. That's
Essentially-
exactly what I'm gonna, I just found a quote from Michael, but I'm gonna, edit.
So those are the 3 findings.
Once we include stuff, we should delete it so we
Right.
can have a,
Did you send this, did you send the link to my email at town government?
Mhm.
I did.
It hasn't shown up. I finally, I figured out how to get in there.
Good.
So,
Let me send it again.
okay.
Dan, do you have the URL?
Probably we said.
But like, what have you done?
Dan, if you're trying to say something, I'm afraid we can't hear you. Can't hear you.
I don't have access to town email. I have a problem with it, okay? So if
Yes.
you send it to my regular,
Oh, we can't do that, Dan, I'm afraid.
Tell me, just follow along.
I'm afraid we can't send this to anyone's personal email account. It has to be the town's, the town government email address.
That's okay, just tap and follow along.
So hopefully you can follow along with what we're doing, and at the end of the day, when we finish this, we'll have to read it out so everybody can
Mhm.
follow
I just
along.
checked, I checked my email again and it's still not there. So I don't know, there might be a problem someplace along the line. So I'll
Yeah.
listen in and I'll check periodically to see if it's there.
Okay, very good, George. Thank you.
Yeah, it's gonna be red at the end, so.
Yeah, I just want to be inclusive. Yeah.
Mhm. Well.
Okay, can I edit it while you're doing it too?
We can, yeah, you can work on different sections.
No, I'm sorry. I'm gonna put some punctuation in. That's gonna be my contribution. Oh, don't seem to be able to do it.
I'm gonna add, it was applied by the applicant in a non-standard fashion, right?
Yeah, that's good.
So request edit access. I've got to request it. Ask owner to be an editor.
Okay, you should be able to now.
Thank you very much.
It's Davidson, right?
Davison, Davison.
Engineering. I mean,
No,
Environmental.
environmental services, I think.
Michael. Hines.
I actually don't have edit access. But I
If
don't
you
want-
refresh, see if you refresh your URL and see if it.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Thank you.
Yeah.
You put Davison Environmental, Beth. It's environment, you have it as environment.
Thank
I
you.
mean, I don't know if it's a big deal, but
Yeah, we might as well get everything. I gotta go see what date that document is before, that's put XX there.
You mind if I edit it as you're doing this?
Sure.
Okay.
Your anonymous pumpkin? Do you see that?
I think she's just assigned an icon. Yes.
I'm the anonymous
You're the
pumpkin.
you're the anonymous pumpkin.
That.
We have a new name for you.
Yeah,
Angela.
pumpkin.
With the anonymous pumpkin.
You
pumpkin
realize we're
cake.
on air.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Do, we might as well give somebody some amusement.
So, so can we now delete the
getting
peak
punchy.
flows from the flow past?
That's a different thing,
Okay, I'm just wondering what we can delete now.
because it's too long.
Just, I'm out of the entire document now.
Oh, I see. I can go delete the highway thing. If we agree we have it right, but I also have the other document.
So what are we working on right now?
They're just deleting, they've added 1, 2, and 3, and they're deleting the highway method
Yeah.
out of the original. You know,
Okay, got it.
like they're
Thank
just
you.
kind of pulling in and then
Yeah,
condensing.
yeah.
It was February 24th. I can add that.
So then can we move to the next sort of the construction and system issues?
Sure. So is this is, I thought you had three buckets: underlying assumptions, process, and then the functionality of the stormwater
Yes.
management
Do you
system.
want to move to the process one next?
Sure. Sure, let's do that. And that's going to include, I guess, where there were still unanswered questions.
Mhm.
Okay, maybe then that should come on under after the discussion of the stormwater management system. It's just a suggestion.
Oh, I also had noted that the dated observations in the wetland assessment summary, I think that would fall under
Findings,
site assumptions, right?
Yeah,
not findings.
Oh, I'm struggling with the findings versus the reasons.
I think the reasons should distill it a little bit more, drawing on the findings.
yes,
More like-
based upon these findings,
Yeah.
it is the
We
conclusion
believe
of
that
the
it's-
commission
Right.
that this development will adversely impact the wetlands.
Right.
So should.
Simple as that.
So that should be a finding.
Okay.
Katie.
So I think it's the substance is really going to be in the findings section.
So is it okay then if I include the dated observations in the wetland assessment report? They were dated 2017 as a underlying site assumption.
Yep, you can put
Mhm.
that in.
Mhm. Did George get on or not? The document?
That's okay. He
It's
doesn't-
No,
okay.
George,
he doesn't
I
need-
keep trying. If
So-
it went to my email, it's not there. I still have,
You're gonna read it.
You might check your junk folder. You've never got anything from Katie.
I don't think we have a spam folder on this, do we?
No.
I'm sure probably we do.
Let me take another look.
This came from your document, Katie?
Yeah, I just copied it in.
So what the point is here that,
They made visual observations about the depths, like the wetlands and so on in April 2017, which would be vastly different in April 2023.
I see.
Well, maybe you should say a dated site observations in the wetland assessment report are based on data
Over 6 years, because we don't.
data that is over 6 years old from 2017, something like that.
Yeah. Oh, it's almost actually, right, it's almost 7 because.
Yeah.
Wait, 7, yeah, almost 6 years. Almost 6 years.
Say that again. So how would you like to read?
Um,
Are based,
are based on data which is 6 years old from 2017. How about that?
Perfect. Just delete the second part of it.
yeah, right. Do we have the wetlands assessment report? Is that have a date too? I could go look at the public record stuff that's on the website if that helps.
Number 22.
What, and that's the name of the report? There it is. I got it.
I just put the date in.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
so, dated site observation. So Angela, what did you want to move to next?
The stormwater management system, and then maybe, you know, right at the end, we talk about the process. And the unanswered questions, the late submission of reports.
Data is actually a singular, I think.
Oh, wait, it's plural, but
plural.
don't worry
No, it's
about
plural.
it. You make it singular if you like.
No, you're right. It's always the way you don't think it should be.
Yeah, datum is the singular. Data is the plural.
So Angela, we can just copy a bunch of yours right into here.
Yeah, I think so. So we've got to have some overarching, you know, introduction like we do, the underlying assumptions. Maybe we should say certain underlying assumptions because we're not questioning everything.
Right.
Okay.
And maybe that should be 1 and these should be A, B, C, and D.
Yep. Okay. I can change that while we're talking.
Okay, so 2 would be construction and system.
Yeah.
About the concerns about the impact during construction and long-term viability or something like that. That construction and stormwater water management concerns about the impact during and post-construction on the wetlands.
Yeah.
I'll also just make this lowercase. I'll do that.
Yeah.
We can get rid of this from T&B Joe Cannis 22123 because there's nothing underneath that, can't we?
This is your the adverse impact on the flows.
Yes, this comes from Sandolo's report.
Right. We're going to include that, right?
Yes, but I meant just above that.
Oh, just delete this.
Yeah, I think. Nothing there.
So is this going to be our first point under the concerns about the construction plan? The peak flows?
Well, let's leave it there for the moment, and we may want to reorder this. I think, this next one is number 2, not number 1.
I don't know why it gave you.
What number 1 is the
Sorry, that was me.
underlying assumptions. What about making number 2 impact on the wetlands during and post construction? Impact from the stormwater management system during and post construction. Does that make sense? Okay, I'll put that in.
Then we need to sort of tighten up Angela's points, I think.
Sure, how about it?
Afterwards.
So is this Angela's right here with the one?
Yeah.
Starts with hers. But is the increase in peak flow,
I think you can just say based on Mr. Sandola's report 12/27/23. Then add A. And then you can add 2A, but just make it B.
it looks like it's the same point, A and B.
They were just different,
Quantity and
Reports.
quality. I
Yeah,
think, or
quantity.
Volume and,
yeah, one is quantity.
yeah, increase in quality. That they were two different things.
Yeah. So we got that actually in Kathy's draft here. So quantity and quality.
Get it on my phone. Did she, you can well read it with me.
I am not following how we're structuring this point.
Yeah, I was,
Based on Mr. Sindle's report of 2/27/2023. I'm not sure we're looking there.
I think you just take out where it says 2, the increase in peak flow as a result, because A says that,
Yep.
right? So you take out 2, yep.
Mhm.
And then A, and then you take 2A and put it as B. And delete 2.
Make this B right here,
Yes, make that B.
What's A then?
up here. Is that what you mean, Anthony?
Yeah, and then you can get rid of the increase of runoff volumes will adversely impact the wetlands. Yep. And then 2B. So 2A is the new B, and then 2B should be in there as C. During post-construction, yeah, so then you go,
you haven't done it yet though, right? Huh, maybe I just gotta
so then you
refresh.
go 3A, just make 3A D.
Sorry, can you see this?
That's
or
okay. I've
you
got
want
it.
to
I
know?
do have it on my phone,
Okay.
so.
And
I'm
then are you
trying
gonna
to
do,
catch up.
Angela, are you gonna do 4 as a construction or post-construction, or are you gonna do that in something else?
The retaining wall.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, I think that's a. That, I mean, that is obviously that isn't the stormwater management system, is it? It's
You want me to make this all the same size as the previous document?
I was wondering when that was gonna drive somebody crazy.
Well, I kind of like it smaller because I could find it easier
It's smaller. I don't know.
than that. It's a little small and I think she's gonna want to cut and paste it.
Yeah, I think I'm caught up to where you guys are too. So looks like it's making changes in live time.
yeah.
So so A, B, C, and D all come from that report.
Yeah,
and then 6, I kind of went through 4 and 5 don't really apply, I don't think, but I would bring them down or whatever, I guess, leave them there and then do.
They really belong somewhere else. don't
Yeah,
they?
and
It's a
then
different-
6 belongs here, which is failure to significant concerns, because it's kind of part of construction, but I would take that out and say Mr. Sandolo concluded, so make A E, is that where we're at?
6A becomes E.
Which is project this magnitude, which is, I mean, is that more, is that,
It's more of a Statement.
is that, that's more of a statement though, right? I mean, that's not really a fact. I don't know if we can even put that anywhere.
Where'd you paste it in? Just
You
She
read
put it as E, but I don't think that can go in.
Well, maybe.
Well,
some of
that's more
these
about
bel-
process.
Yeah, maybe some of these belong in the section that we're going to have about outstanding questions.
Yeah, I'm gonna,
So Katie, just go under E, right? And we'll just start a new sub thing, just so we have it categorized, right? See where you have B underneath, like a top of 4, just do. What are we calling it? Questions?
Outstanding.
Outstanding questions,
Yeah.
and then take E and put that underneath. Outstanding questions.
we'll flesh out what the words are there, but that's the third issue. And that would be,
Slowly.
I think I just did what you.
yeah. Should be 3. I don't know why. Well. Shoot,
Okay.
I
so-
see why it's doing this. This should be. Still saying 2. We can fix that later.
So are we,
I think I'm reading through it now. You might be good at D for that.
Which D are we talking about?
I guess based on Mr. 2D, I think that's complete. Then we can do, oh, sorry. Outstanding questions would concern Mr. Sandell concluded his report. Failure to address concerns regarding structural integrity of the retaining wall.
questions?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
take
that's right.
4 out and put A as,
How do you make that
B.
A? How do you make that an A? Mr. Cinder, that should be an A. Or
Type A and it might. There we go.
there, good job.
So this is.
so that's all gone.
That goes in a different place,
Well, because it's just
Structural
stating,
integrity.
that's just stating that what she's gonna, where she cites the fact or
oh, okay, oh, I
statement.
see, I
So you
see.
take B out and you put A as B.
The next day.
Mm-hmm.
So take this failure to address B out.
Yeah, because she's citing it in A, right?
I'm not. Just.
It says failure to address concerns regarding the structural integrity of the retaining wall as a relationship proposed to infiltration runoff directly behind it. In his report, Mr. Sandolo stated that our professional opinions proposed design of having mortared wall with dry
Okay,
laid
oh, yeah,
stone, so
I
take
see.
that and put it as B.
It's hard because there's so many A's and B's. Are we back to the?
I guess so, 2B.
You're getting rid of and replacing with A.
So there's no 2B now, but where it says in his report, Mr. Sandolo stated our
Right,
professional opinion,
right.
you make that 2B.
We already have a B up there, so it becomes C, right? Or is it a subset of failure to?
No, because the current B is not, that failure to address concerns, that's not,
That's another issue.
no, it is the same issue. It's just
You didn't miss
Okay.
anything.
general, like an explanation, and then she cites it, right? So just take the citing and put it out as B.
I see, included in the.
Yeah,
above.
because it's not, we'd just be double saying it, right? Take that, make it as Yes. Yep.
So are there things from other people's documents that could go under number 2, impact on the wetlands during post-construction? I think that should say relating to the storm water management system.
Yeah, the green roof questions. We already talked about did we talk about the water around the retaining wall? We did, right?
Well, we haven't here. We've got that elsewhere. I think there's a section specifically on the retaining wall.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah. Oops. So that would be 3, wouldn't it?
it's, the numbering is not working right.
No.
No,
Don't go back and do that later. Just
Yeah,
get
we
done.
can do that later, fix that later.
Katie, I would move that. So we have, first of all, we have 1 is the underlying assumptions. 2, we have the impact, which we haven't filled out completely, of the wetlands during and post-construction related to the storm management system. 3 is outstanding questions. Or maybe we can make that 4, but do you have, it's just not numbering properly.
Well, we'll get the numbering down afterwards.
All right, I just gonna put that.
Sorry, we have a 4th now, the retaining wall, right?
Well, you're making it 3, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I mean, I think that the outstanding questions really comes at the end,
Right.
the last section of this findings. Then this number 5, failure to address concerns regarding the structural stability of the western retaining wall, the sliding and overturning. I'd like to move that to up if that's all right with everybody.
Move that to what?
Move it up to under concerns regarding the retaining walls.
Try sending me the link again and see, I'll see what happens.
Okay, we can do that.
I cleaned that section up a little bit.
George, I just sent it again.
I got it.
Oh, great.
George, how are you doing?
Good.
So George, we're working on sort of page 9, 10 in that area. Oh, no, maybe we're not. It's an I,
Integral.
Grit. P-E-G-R.
I got it.
Yeah.
It's a one, it's a singular.
So I think there are sections in,
I was mistaken. I really didn't get it. I was looking at somebody's. My mistake, so I'll keep listening.
I'm gonna try to send it one other way to you, George.
All right.
so I'm just looking at the next document that you put in here. I think it's probably Beth Sanford's. And it seems to me that there are some issues there regarding the stormwater management system that could go in the section that we've already started about stormwater management system.
What page are you on? Can you tell?
I'm on, oh. I'm on page. Whoops, where does it say the page number? 16. No, sorry, that's the font. Where does it say the?
It's funny, I just saw it and now I don't.
So it's at the
Oh,
end
just
of my.
scroll over to the right and it pops up. I'm on like 14
Oh,
of
yes, I'm
23.
30, I'm on 13.
Okay. And what does it read?
So. Project as described by Michael Klein. This is a highly engineered development that requires a significant construction effort. Proper implementation, ongoing maintenance of the complex stormwater controls.
I don't know if we need to include this
Okay,
because this is really stating the starting premise. And I think,
yes,
so I would it's
You
just
would-
saying
okay.
that if it doesn't.
Yep.
So I might just delete this to, so we can get some space here.
And above.
You see that quote I'm looking at right now, Angela? I think that's not saying it's gonna happen from what it's Michael Klein commenting on S.E. Minor's report.
yeah, what no, page are you on?
13.
13,
Yeah,
yes,
I don't, that's a little,
okay, it's a little speculative, huh?
yeah, I think I'll
Okay.
delete that.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if we want to just set that up in talking about this whole category of
Yeah.
concern about the,
That's the overarching premise, that if this doesn't work.
and
then
yeah.
I agree.
So maybe,
And then the next one is a process.
yeah. I'm gonna put this up here and see.
Kathleen, are you in the document itself?
I can get into it.
No, I'm just wondering if this is you that, I know that Angela's the pumpkin. There's also a blobfish. I was wondering.
That's not me.
Well, that might be George.
Okay. I don't know. No, let's hope
I'm not.
no
editing,
one
I'm
else
just
is
reading.
editing. Hmm.
I can't get it on.
That's a little weird. Okay.
Which is new tech.
Just say.
Where are you now, Beth?
I'm just scrolling down. So failure to address.
Mhm. Well, it's part of the motion, part of the resolution, so
I don't know,
we can ask Pete.
should we
Okay,
take this
it's
where
on
it says failure to address significant concerns? Do you see where I am? I don't know why you have to scroll 11. This is on the open outstanding
It's
questions.
just not part of the process.
There are still areas where additional information is needed. I think that's more the outstanding questions.
Well, maybe that should read something like, failure to provide answers to significant outstanding questions.
Yeah, I'm gonna just take this.
Yeah,
I'm gonna copy.
yeah, failure to address significant concerns with deficiencies and open items remaining. That's a good idea.
Open items better versus outstanding, not that it matters.
Yeah, outstanding. Yep, that's better. Oops, you're doing it, sorry.
It's quicker than you, Angela.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's fine.
So I'll cut and paste. I don't know about the groundwater to the retaining wall. That should go in the retaining wall section.
Yeah,
This is kind of vague. There's more.
well, it is there. It's there already. In his report, we got it as B under point 3, concerns regarding the structural
That
integrity of the retaining wall. Item B is the
okay.
yep,
Yeah.
So I can delete that down here,
yes.
and it has the groundwater passing through the ungrouted base.
No, it doesn't have that. We should put that in.
To say who I'm gonna copy it rather than cut it. We can cut
Yeah,
it.
I
later.
think copying is a good idea, and then we'll get rid of things at the end.
Yeah.
We don't want to take something out that we're going to need later.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to quote it because now it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. He is Joe Canis in this
Yeah.
final report.
I've got quite a list of the things that Joe Canis wanted more information on.
You want to just copy them into that section?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Just for the purpose of this, I'm gonna just adjust the margins so that we can see it more.
Undo what I just did. Shit. Shoot.
You know, this last bit, he expressed, and this is Mr. Kennis, that should go under the retaining wall part. I'll copy that over, okay?
Yeah. I don't know why this just became I instead of A.
Yeah. You've done it, great.
I don't know.
Okay, so then Michael Klein, so first we have Joe Cannison. And then B is Michael Klein's.
Which one are you on now?
Well, I'm just. 6A is the Joe Canis. Open item 1, is that? I might be on the old section.
Yeah.
I'll go find you first.
That's the problem with not deleting it.
Yeah, Roman numerals 2, that's already been put into the issues regarding the structure, the retaining wall. I think we can take that out. Is that okay?
Which, are you taking it out, Angela?
I did.
Okay, I wasn't on that page, so I couldn't
Yeah.
see it
Yes,
happen.
no, because it's already been included under under 3.
So 6, we should delete that says the same thing as above.
That's why I'm.
I'll just, oops, undo
Yeah.
that. I didn't do that wrong. It doesn't let you undo, so I guess I deleted it.
6, 7.
No, I didn't. Combined it.
So is this 6?
No, I don't think so. Yeah,
Repetition of
I've
above.
not got there yet.
I don't think we mentioned about more information about the storm management system.
No, but it's.
That's Roman numerals 3. More information is needed in relation to stormwater management.
We don't have that noted yet, right?
Well, it's in, you mean in terms of where that came from? The attribution or?
No, you want to keep it there.
As 3. So can we delete it as it's on 6, Roman numeral 1, 2?
Oh, yes, no, we don't need it in both places.
So I'll delete it from the lower
Yeah.
one.
But I think,
Same with 2. So
well, you're talking about the Roman numeral 2 and 3?
yeah.
We should, the 3 and the 2 should be combined, right? Because that,
But they're above. They're the same. Look at 5 and 6 above. They're exact copies of it.
Yeah, I think we copied and pasted rather than cutting and pasting.
okay, well, that's what we're.
We had a
There's a pro and con of all
Yeah.
this.
Well, the good news is we have all of the individual documents in their.
Yeah, we're not
so
gonna
we
lose
can-
anything.
So my question now is 6 can just, we can get rid of 6 and replace it with the text from A below it, right? Because the Joe Canis section is right above.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's right.
So 6 will now become this Michael Klein, expressed concerns and noted. Is that okay?
Yeah, but why would that be number 6 as opposed to Roman numerals
You're right, it should be.
7?
Yeah.
When we tighten this up, we may want to divide it into sections for each expert and then subpoints. No?
I think it should be under the point.
Yeah, well, yes, but Well, anyway, I'll come back to
I
that.
think that becomes confusing.
Okay,
The experts are supporting the point.
yes, but I was just thinking, you've got the point and then you've got expert 1, expert 2, expert
Okay, I
3.
agree with that.
But we can do that at the end.
When did Michael Klein of Davidson environmental express concerns in noted areas where additional?
Well, it's from the reports that come underneath it.
She notes the reports and the next notes.
We should just, okay.
In fact, they're all from the report on the 24th of February, except for 6, which is a concern he expressed at the meeting. And then it goes on to his report of the 1st of March.
This one
I-
doesn't.
The only one thing I did notice,
That should be 23.
I think the invasive issue,
On my phone.
4, okay, I'll go up then.
I thought that one was resolved.
Yeah, that was.
It's my typo.
Angela, I think this is your point, notes regarding invasive crow are very generic, was
That was Klein.
that from you?
Yes.
I think that one was resolved.
Okay, take it out.
Yeah. He added, Bill Kenny added, right,
Okay, let's take that out.
I'm gonna take a little bit of a walk and break. Oops.
I think you're getting close. Okay,
No.
yeah. No. Okay.
So Angela, do you want to think about, or do you want to think about the best way to organize the points under the Roman numeral 7, Michael Klein of Davidson Environmental Express Concerns? Do you want to, yeah, just work those in there and take out any duplicates, and then we can move to the next thing, which is, again, Michael Klein's 224 report. But this is from Beth, I think.
Right, I mean, well, this is why I wondered if it made sense to, under 4, failure to address significant concerns with significant deficiencies and outstanding items remaining. First bullet point is what Robert Sandolo said, with maybe sub-bullet points. Then we go on to Joe Canis with sub-bullet points, and then Michael Klein, or we can reverse the order.
Do you
But-
mean in Beth's testimony? In Beth's writings?
Well, I guess we have to add that, right, to these sections. Maybe we should add, and then we can try and reorder it. I mean, see, it doesn't seem much point trying to reorganize the things that came from my document until we have everybody else's in there.
Okay, so then do you want to skip ahead to the?
So Beth's document starts from Michael Klein 22423 report. So maybe we want to take what's in here that and put it into
and
what
apply
we've
it to
already
the
built.
appropriate spots?
Yes.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think what she's got under 3 is a well-written
Agreed.
of synopsis of our concerns about the process.
So we can have that be the process.
Yeah. Yeah.
Header.
Yep.
Why don't I put it in here? And it's gonna be. So that will be number 5.
I think this paragraph that starts, the long discussed diversion swale was converted into a berm.
You can get rid of that.
You think so? But I mean, it's an example of how information was presented.
Although I thought,
Very
I
last minute.
thought- I thought
Although
the
that was being
applicant
responsive.
responded very
Yeah,
responsibly
yeah,
to that. They
that's
went
true.
back and forth on that. And
Yes, no, they were responsive.
Well,
So-
my point, actually, I was just said to delete it, but my point, that's Sanford for the record. My point, it was that, what was the date? I mean, nobody really even studied what the impact of that would be because it was just done at the last
Well, right,
minute.
March
I mean, I'm not,
1st.
I don't know, still, you know, at civil engineering, if that's a slam dunk or not, but it just seemed it was kind of like a last minute.
Yeah.
But I thought
Change.
that the peer reviewers had said, sort of, what about a berm? And so the
Well,
applicant was
there
like,
were
"Okay,
different,
That,
berm."
right.
with different points of view though, because Robert Sandolo said that he thought, you know, on balance, a swale was better than a berm.
I just
Michael
thought they were
Klein
trying
said
to
a
be
berm.
accommodating. That's
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. and Again, we're not saying it's the wrong decision, we're just, there wasn't any kind of consideration of time to evaluate.
Well, that we were right up against the deadline. The public
Right.
hearing
No-
had to,
No, I
had to be-
understand why
had to
it
be
happened,
closed.
but that's part of our point is there's things outstanding or done somewhat at the last minute.
I also think that's not as compelling because they said either a berm or a swale would work. So
So you take it out?
Yeah, I'd take it out.
That's fine. Thank you. You're the one who knows
No, I
more
just,
about storm management
just-
systems.
I mean, it's just like Katie said, it went both ways. Like they kind of were accommodating. So there was like one suggestion, then there was,
Right,
you
right.
do this, and they were like, okay, you know.
Okay, who's taking this
I'll
out?
check it out.
Okay,
Done.
well, we did have discussion about whether all these numerous changes constituted a new application or not. And my recollection is that Attorney Gelderman advised us that this did not constitute a new application. Is that your
Yes.
recollection, Kathleen?
Correct.
I mean, it's very common in a complicated P and Z application that you get, you know, a lot of this back and forth
Mhm.
and changes.
So take out the comment that I had that Michael Klein had.
Yeah.
I
yeah.
think, okay, where he said,
Michael.
Many of the comments that I did 24 would be-
yeah, so just
I
delete.
mean, we did consult with the town attorney. He told us it didn't constitute a new application because of the changes.
What, how about the mitigation under the existing? I'm not gonna get rid of that part. I'm gonna get rid of this. Regarding the mitigation, the existing driveway permit is accepted. Do we care?
Where did that suddenly disappeared and it's gone somewhere else? Where
I just deleted the part that we just said we don't.
It's
Okay.
right above Angela.
Okay,
But I didn't delete that part.
Right.
The commission and its staff, I'm on the bottom of page,
13.
yeah,
Yeah.
you have to drag it over there. May wish to consider the response regarding the mitigation of the existing driveway permit is acceptable. I mean, I think there's another part about this, adding the soil. I think that's what he's referring to.
Well, yes, by recommending a single permit be issued covering all the activity at the site. Well, I mean, the application covered all these activities.
Right.
So I'm not sure I kind of agree with him on that.
All right,
But
so
it's also sort of a good point. Like,
I'll delete this too.
Yeah.
Boy, this thing. Yeah,
And
this
the-
is, I don't
and-
think we need to do this part either.
Right.
And also, it's not a it's a quote from his oral testimony.
You know, there was a lot of discussion about the phasing, and a
Yeah.
lot of what we were told about the phasing was given to us orally by Derek Dene, and it's actually on the plans,
The phasing is
the
there.
phasing.
Yeah,
Mhm,
there's
that's
all the
correct, isn't
phasing,
it,
yeah.
Kathleen?
Mhm.
And I think he did address the fact that he had it round one way in one place and the other in
Yeah,
another.
right. So we can take,
Dan just caught that number under the resolution. This has to change to 2023, but I can do that one. Oh, actually,
Why didn't I do it right now?
oh, you have it there. Okay, good.
Yeah,
Number 5,
What page?
just a date.
Right in the
Page
front.
1. Yeah.
Okay.
We're just going to correct a year date on item number 5. It should be 2023, not 2022. So Angela's going to fix that.
okay, I'm gonna get rid of it. We've
Well,
gotten
it's
this
actually
here.
Dan. Dan caught it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Dan's,
September 14th, 2020. Yeah, we're not there yet. Here we go.
That's the part that began.
Yeah,
Kathleen, did we lose George and Dan?
No, I just turned their cameras off to because they're not really, they're listening. They're on. They're listening. Just,
We're here.
yeah, they're there. They're there. I just,
and they'll
Took their
speak up
cameras
if
off.
they have anything they want to add
I-
to the discussion.
I figure when you read it, well,
Yeah.
I'll put their cameras back on.
Yeah.
It's very hard to follow since,
know.
without a paper trail. So I'm trying my best, but we'll see.
Mhm. Mhm.
I can't wait to see the finished part.
Okay.
2 more hours, don't worry.
who's bringing in the
That's
pizza?
about right, Anthony.
Don't say it, Angela.
I'm only 15 feet from the bedroom.
Who's getting punched?
Kathleen, maybe if you forward that to me, that might work because everything that I've received is from you. You might try sending me the link and we'll see if that works.
Okay, I'll give it a try. Okay, just sent it.
This goes to process again before number 6, but right where you are, I think.
The expressed uncertainty? What's,
Oh, about that.
Nope, I didn't seem to get it. So I'm hoping that
It's a mystery.
it is. And definitely you're sending it to my email.
Yep.
If I promise to delete it right after, could you send it to my, because I would like to know what's going on.
I'm gonna try one more thing, George. Let me try.
Okay,
So, George, I'm gonna send you a downloaded version, so it won't be the working document, but at least you'll be able to read everything that's been.
No,
If
people
it
on
comes
the
through.
phones go, yeah. Just to let everybody know, this is Angela Jameson for the record. We have a lot of folks who are listening in as we go through our work here.
so I'm on, Angela, I'm on, it's so hard to feed this page.
What page are you on?
I'm trying to mouse over here, 13. I think it might be the bottom of 12 from the,
Okay.
SEM peer review review letter 2/22/23.
Oh, right, got it.
The plan set states that the retaining wall will be constructed in phase 3, but the response letter states the retaining wall will be constructed in phase 1. Is that still an issue that we should cite as some of the inconsistent?
Well, I kind of, personally, I think that the phasing issues were straightened out.
Okay,
That's my personal view, but maybe others disagree with me.
I would agree.
yeah, okay, I'm gonna delete that. How about the direction of the blasting? I think that was straightened out too.
Where are we? Oh, yes.
The next,
For that.
Yeah. Yep. I think that was the air, that was where Derek Dene said, yeah, I put it one way somewhere,
he said he made a
and then
mistake.
he didn't put it the other way somewhere
mhm.
else. Yep.
I'm not getting it.
I mean, this is from Minor, who says the applicants failed to fully address these issues, and if it is not possible to determine whether the proposed development is feasible or it's possible to fully assess the adverse impact. Is that,
Well, that's kind of like his reason, isn't it? And not a finding, because there's no,
yeah, that's good.
it's, I mean,
You're
seems to
right.
me he's drawing the conclusion from all the various findings that he's come up with.
So we might want to save that under reasons. So we can maybe edit it in our own words.
Yeah.
So, okay. Put it up here.
Sorry, so were we moving to reason?
No, I'm
No.
just kind of filing this
But I
away.
think quite a bit of this are really things that would be addressed in special conditions if the commission had voted to approve the application. I think, you know, what a lot of what he was giving was, you know, areas where he had concerns and where special conditions might be appropriate.
Yeah, we've already kind of, I'm just gonna get rid of some of this. This is saying the same thing.
This is outlining the process issue, right? Is that?
I think we've come. I'm gonna put that as a reason. So do we want to talk about the placing the fill into the wetlands as an issue?
Yes, I think so. Let's talk about where we should put that.
That's kind of around the retaining wall. That was to mitigate what had already happened. with
Well, that was
water
the
pooling.
retaining wall for the driveway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we could put it there.
Are you gonna do the cutting? Is that what you're doing?
Me. Yeah, if I can find where did you have that?
I am on page 14.
14, okay. Yep.
Do we want the snow removal plan to be another separate element?
I think so.
You mean one of the larger outstanding elements?
No, as an issue that we're concerned about in the same way the retaining wall.
We're still on which section?
You haven't. She highlighted, but she don't move it.
Is it the end of outstanding items then?
I think so.
Retaining walls is separate.
Sorry, this is my pile, isn't it? Yep. I don't want to go right into somebody else's papers.
Retaining wall will be 5.
I'll make sure we didn't start it. No, we already have 3 concerns regarding the structural integrity of the retaining wall, maybe.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
But this is the, putting the soil there is actually a separate issue.
Can we just concerns regarding the structural integrity and
The,
Yeah, let's do-
Just put it in, yeah, just put it.
remediation.
Yeah.
Well, and the, it's kind of a remediation.
Yeah. So.
Are you gonna move?
There it is, placing fill into wetlands, the purple right here.
I think he mentioned it in one of his reports. I'm just looking for the place.
So, Angela, I'm gonna move that up to where we have the retaining wall.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Placing fill, that part.
yeah.
Rid of it down from there. I'm gonna get rid of it here, is that all right?
Yeah. I mean, yes,
I
it's,
can't. What? These are mine. Should I include this from?
This is
I
what
can
she
include
said.
that one.
That's what she put right
This is the
from.
better
Mm.
alternative.
let me see the,
I mean, I don't think it's
What-
very compelling. Right where I
What-
have page 14. If this.
Hmm.
would be better
I think
alternative.
really what he's doing is expressing concerns.
yeah,
You
that,
know, we've got that in his written testimony.
yeah, that's,
As well as what he said at the meeting itself.
so have we captured that yet?
Well, I just think we need to think about how we put that.
I don't think that's a. I don't think that's supportive.
So, I mean, I'm looking at his report of the 24th of February and on page 6. He says the applicant may wish to consider if there are other options that do not require placing additional fill in the wetland. And I noted, and I think this is because this is what he said, that it was a red flag.
Oh,
That's more compelling, I think, than.
Well, I would express it as concerns regarding the placement of additional fill in the wetland.
So concerns regarding the structural integrity of the retaining wall and the placement of additional fill.
Yeah. Well, what we've got is the proposed measure for directing water away from the boulder wall of the driveway involves adding soil in the wetlands to the previously disturbed area between the boulder wall and the silt fence. So it needs to say, you know, Michael Klein expressed concern regarding the proposed measure. Something like that.
I'm gonna add a better quote from him in one of my other documents.
Okay.
But we have it under the it's 3D. Angela, what were you just saying, Michael Klein?
Expressed concern. I've lost it now. Regarding the proposed measure for directing water away from the boulder wall of the driveway, comma, which involves adding soil in the wetlands to the previously disturbed area between the boulder wall and the silt fence. That was in his report on the 24th of February.
Yeah, that's the best quote I have too, the one you just cited.
Right. You're going to move that, Katie?
I moved it up. here.
Yeah, it's got a little.
So you
one.
have, it says that what I have from another document of mine is that applicant may wish to consider there's other options that do not require placing additional fill in the wetland. That's what you have.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
If this is the best alternative, it's unlikely to cause additional adverse impacts if done carefully under the supervision of a wetland scientist and with stabilization with a wetland.
So you want that to go up in the retaining wall section. There's a.
Yeah,
But it's basically saying if it's done carefully by accredited soil scientist.
yeah, I know.
I think you can't use it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think you should. Yeah.
Supportive of our point.
No.
All right, should we get rid of it?
Yes.
Yep.
Now, in terms of the wall, this is from SC Minor. SC Minor. The concern is that the stormwater infiltrating out of the proposed system would exert hydrostatic pressure on the walls and discharge through the wall's footing drains, effectively short circuiting the treatment process that infiltration normally provides. That's about the wall.
Yes. That's a sort of a fuller explanation, I think, than what we've got. So we might want to.
You want to replace, fix.
I have this in a different document. I'll just copy from it.
Okay.
Want to put it up in that.
I just trying to,
It's actually under 3B at the moment. Maybe you add it to 3B.
okay, so I gotta
Is
just,
he assuming that, or is that?
No, that's a good question.
He could be assuming that, right? I mean. Every wall has pressure behind it.
Which document did you find that in, Beth?
it's in my document that I cut and paste
Hmm.
last week, kind of prepping for one of our previous meetings. I actually think this is what this is. It's from the February 21st document from Joe Canis, and he's quoting the SE Minor letter. You know how they refer,
Yeah.
he says, we agree with the concern. So both
He's backing
experts
it up.
and grow,
So you kind
agree
of,
with that.
maybe then you have to put it in if two people say it's a concern,
Yeah.
right? The independent and the intervener.
So I'll just copy.
I found the actual place where he said that in his report of the 27th of February.
Yeah. He said they raised a concern in December 12th, 2022, and they agree with the miners' report as well.
Okay, let's put that then.
So I'm gonna copy this. Unless. And then I'm gonna reword it when I get it into the Google document. So it fits with the structure. This is gonna be, this document's gonna need. Should I get rid of D where Michael Klein is?
Oh, yeah.
What page you on?
Yes, that was me.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say here that Teague and Bond. They spelled Teague right?
Yep.
And
SE minor.
minor. It's both.
I think it's concern regarding or concern about.
Regarding, I'm just, it's, would you call this the structural integrity and then make the hydrostatic pressure as a separate sentence? The retaining wall structure, just so it relates to what it's a subset of. Oh, well, maybe.
Okay, express
I'll take
concern.
Duncan in and we can pull it up later.
Look at this last thing. So I got the right date. It's before.
You want me to look that up?
Which one are you looking for?
Tigenbaum, Joe Kennis.
So they're all listed.
Yeah.
Here. I mean, here's.
Yes, but Beth wasn't sure she had necessarily the right.
I think it's 224.
224, okay, very good.
What do you call it, memo?
Report.
This is the same thing, this
Yeah.
1V.
4-2.
I kind of like the way this is stated more. I understand it better. Who is that? He is that.
Very.
I have it highlighted for.
Yeah.
Are you on 4 now?
No, it's 1V4. I'm just gonna put this up here and see, might help with the wording.
This is a section of outstanding issues, correct?
Yeah.
I think D is actually fine. I don't know if I'd get all into the,
I should delete what I just added.
I mean, I think it's pretty concise. You're telling everyone that
It's a,
Ty and Bond and SE are saying the same thing.
thank you.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm just gonna make this a separate section. Their concern or something involved groundwater discharge, then it's clear. And then I can get rid of this other thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
How can we get rid of that in the next section? It's 4.
I'm just trying, the proposed measure. Which one are you talking about?
Here, I'm gonna go find you.
We've already said this about the water.
So you're in 4,
I see where you are.
I'm in 4.
I'm following you. I see you.
Isn't that the same thing?
Yeah, you can get
You are.
rid of that. We've covered that.
The one above it is just sort of very vague.
Yes.
It's the same, 2 and 3.
Yeah, I would just get rid of that. I would, the only thing is, it's good to show that more than one expert was complaining about not having
Yeah.
enough information.
What do you want me to put them back? Is that what you're saying?
No, you're fine, but I wouldn't get rid of the Joe Canis of
Yeah.
that.
So when you go down here, we already talked about this, right? Adding soil. So can we get rid of that?
Get rid of that.
The green roof, my question is, for me, that's a big thing. That's, again, because it's listed as one of the 7 critical components of the stormwater management system. I mean, I guess it can.
You make
And,
it a
and so
separate
the
point.
issue there is inadequate information.
No, I don't know if it rises to the level of a separate point, like the retaining wall is my point.
I don't know if there's enough. I don't know if there's enough sub evidence to back it up, right? I think everyone just kept on asking about it and there was really not a lot of. There was just kind of like, oh, there was calculation done and it's done.
So, can we just add number 5? Can we just Joe Canis and Team Bond, Ty and Bond, and Michael Klein of Davidson Environmental? Fine, 2 and 5.
Yes, yes. Well, all 3 of them, I mean.
Yeah, I would combine that. Yeah.
Yes, but also Robert Sandolo, that all of them said there's not enough information in certain areas.
Anthony, what do you think of the one at the top? Various additional information is needed in relation to certain aspects of the retention system as well as the hydraulic computation for the proposed storm drains. The first part of that doesn't add any value, and I'm not sure what to do with the second part, the hydraulic computations for the.
I think he was like. I think he was just kind of pointing out, right? Like, I don't know if that.
It doesn't add enough
Yeah, I
specificity
think
to
he
have
was just kind of
value. I don't
grasping
think.
and saying, hey, it doesn't. There is no. Like, show me more computations, right? Like, it doesn't really give you any hard.
Right,
This doesn't work calculation evidence, right?
yeah. I think we're gonna make the, you just deleted the snow management area. I think we want to have the snow removal and store, the whole, managing the snow management as a separate issue. Do you agree, Angela?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
That would be, yeah. I mean, we may want to reorder all this stuff anyway.
I don't think we've got number 3D quite right yet. I'm trying to find this place where in Joe Canis's report where he said he agreed.
That's the part I read to you.
Yes, but do you recall this is a long report.
Where it was.
Yeah.
Was it testimony, Beth, or was it in the?
It was in the written report of,
okay.
I have it here as from.
222.
I did it 221. I don't know if I wrote it down wrong.
Okay, let me go through 220.
It starts with an area called the drainage area flow paths.
I've got February 27th, Tigan Bond. Is there a?
Maybe I know there's not a 21st, so I must have written down the date wrong in my notes.
Okay, 27th. So let me see if I can find that.
We not put the rock crushing issues to bed.
I thought that it was addressed.
I thought it was good.
Where have we got that?
So,
It might be in your notes.
no, it's in the next section.
Oh, Klein.
Or, yes. Or. Actually. Again, too. Questions about the proposed rock crusher application. I thought that was.
I thought we handled that.
Okay, take that out then.
The next section of the highway.
What are you looking for in this
Um,
one?
Yeah, this is George. What page are you on? I think I might have figured it out.
So
I think we're on 12 now, George, but if you're using the attachment, just a reminder that that's static. If you're in the link, that is.
Dynamic.
Oh,
Yeah,
George,
what I did is I finally figured out how to get to the new mail. I was looking under the wrong thing, and then
fantastic.
I tried clicking and it didn't come up, so I copied it and then pasted it and that's where I am now.
I think that we are on page 12 or thereabout.
Okay. And there's 19 total pages.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure I've got the right document.
Yep.
11 of 19.
Great.
Okay, good.
Oh, I'm glad it worked, George.
Well, I don't know if I can see you typing, but at least I know where we are and I can relate to it. Thanks for your patience.
Of course.
well, thank you for yours, George.
Keep trying.
Were you at that?
I'm just editing the highway mess that we found
Yeah.
something else that I thought made it clear. I like the way it said.
So we just agreed though, the rock
No.
crushing we can get rid of.
It's to do with the wall.
Oh, okay.
I think it may be this. So it's here. Page 15.
Okay.
I just edited that a little bit. I'm gonna get rid of that.
You know, so I'm going back to 4 D, which I think still needs some tidying up. Isn't the concern there that the groundwater discharges through the wall's footing drains, effectively short circuiting the treatment process? I mean, what is the concern regarding the effect of the hydrostatic pressure on the retaining wall?
It's going through the footing drains of the retaining wall, then the hydrostatic pressure is being released, right? So I think they're talking more about the filtration of the
Yes,
water, right? So, like,
yes, it's not really the
either one or
hydro.
the other. you know
Yeah.
what I mean? It's not both.
No, I'm still not working.
Would you agree with that, Beth and Katie?
Yeah.
Okay, so can I fiddle with this? Okay.
So this Mr. Klein stated that the green roof, that should be at the same formatting as the one above, right?
Yes.
Right, just it's, so we know it's another, I don't get how
Go
this.
back again, I think, and then if you take it back to the next paragraph. To the last paragraph and then hit return.
Yeah, very good. How about this, the one below it? Mr. Klein noted the use of final stormwater management measures as a temporary sediment and erosion control is not recommended, is likely to compromise their performance in the long term.
Say it again, Beth.
Remember that.
Mr. Klein, this is in his 3-1 report, which is so short that we could probably refer to it again. I don't know, Mr. Klein noted that the use of the final stormwater management measures as temporary sediment and erosion control is not recommended as it is likely to compromise their performance in the long term. I'll just get that document. I have it right here.
Well, I think we could put that into the section we got on stormwater management.
Here, I found the paragraph.
Yes, it's paragraph 1, 2, 3. of
Yeah.
March 1st.
Yeah. So we need to have the whole paragraph, not that subset of it.
Use of final stormwater management. The use of final stormwater management measures as temporary sediment and erosion control measures is not recommended.
Not very good English.
I don't know what
I
that
don't
means,
understand
but
it, yeah.
as it is likely to compromise their performance in the long term.
Well, I think what he's saying is that using this during the during the construction phase is likely to
Oh, it'll be
compromise.
compromised once it's
That's-
done.
Yeah,
Exactly right. That's right.
that's right.
That's what he was
Okay,
saying.
so I think that's an issue.
I think that's a really important point.
Yeah. I think we need a whole section on stormwater management.
We do already have one.
Already?
Oh, we do, sorry. Yep,
Angela,
sorry.
storm management
Typing.
too.
Can I put this one in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put it in a Z and we can change.
But
it.
we might, I think you want to. Are you going to transcribe it?
Yeah, I'm just gonna write it.
I think so.
No?
I'm just go get it out of the report.
Well, it still need working, won't it? It's not that long.
Okay.
Would you not use it directly from his report? or
Yeah,
would you
that's what
read
I'm
it?
I'm gonna get his report and just.
Okay, drop it in.
Because I would use his words, I guess.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, it saves writing,
okay.
but we're gonna have to,
I was just gonna type it in.
I think
but
we might
guess
have
I'm on
to-
Hmm?
To get through. Yeah. Take care of what we're doing.
oops, that's the wrong.
I mean, it's just, yeah, it's just one sentence. We don't need the at a minimum, blah, blah, blah. Okay, you doing that, Beth, or you want me to? just
Yeah, I'm
type
getting
in?
it.
Okay,
I got it right now. But I think we might want to add a little clarity since we didn't understand it.
And are you
It's in
dropping
the
up
report.
section
It's in the
2?
Mm.
You tell me where you want it, drop it.
I would just say,
You want it,
Mr. Klein expressed concern that the use of the final stormwater management measures as temporary sediment and erosion control measures will compromise their performance in the long term. I'd leave out is not recommended. I mean, I think he was just writing this in a great hurry.
all right, I think the whole thing was written in great. Okay, so I'm ready to, I have it cut and paste from that document. I can edit it from here. So Mr. Klein,
Yeah. I don't see you under E though. Should be-
added it.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
no, I added it the wrong spot. You're right.
Good catch. I think at some point you might want to take a break and read it from the top to see. if it's-
Yeah, let's get through that. I think this is gonna take us a while, Kathleen.
It's appearing that way. I'll make sure she's okay with it. I mean, like, should we cut, and come back? I don't know. Then you
We
lose-
have to
you lose
work on this
commission
in
members,
public.
yeah.
Yep.
But how do you, Mr.
Okay, can I edit this now?
You, sure, it's all yours.
Thank you.
What else we got?
Well, the one area, and I don't know how to deal with it, is, but I do think it's really important. I don't know if it's a reason or a finding, but I think it's more of a reason, but the long-term viability of the project.
I think it
The
could be,
whole perpetuity thing.
could probably just be debunked by this is the system and we have a maintenance plan in place. That'll be railroaded.
I don't know that there's anything to back that up.
Well, I mean,
Because again, they're not saying that the system doesn't work. They're saying if it,
well, one expert said, but it's that it's so complicated, it's the odds of it failing. It's a little bit of an implication.
yeah, that's the problem, right? And there's no second person that says.
Well, I mean, you know, we are the jury. We decide which expert we
So
believe.
that's not a finding though, is what I think I'm saying.
Can I ask if a 17-year-old dropped pizza off here, would anyone eat it? Nobody else?
I don't need any.
I'm fine. I'm not hungry, actually, but
I ate
Sorry.
before,
if you are,
but yeah,
have it dropped off.
have at it.
Yeah,
Not illegal.
So
or
we-
anything.
we may change our mind when it
Can't wait.
arrives.
Mine's only 5. I can't wait till she's 17.
Mhm.
That?
Where's she going?
Okay, we got quite a lot of work to do
Still
still.
in a church and family. but-
I wouldn't use it, Beth, but that's me.
Yeah, okay.
I agree with Anthony. I think it's
still
highly.
during
I'm
the
just
week-
trying to see if there's any of the
I
quotes.
think it's like more his opinion than,
This is George. I was able to bring up the document, but I can't, but I wasn't able to bring up the working document, so I'm gonna have to listen in. And then when you get something that you can email to me, then it'll be okay.
Sorry, what was that, George?
So I should delete all this stuff about the long term. Or just-
Yeah, but what I brought up was the document that we have printed, that I have in my possession. I don't have the document that you're currently working on.
No, well, we're still working on it. If you click on the link that was sent to you, you will.
I did,
You did?
yeah,
Uh-huh. Nothing
and it
happened?
didn't come up, so
We will,
So I brought it up in another mode and it's static. But I don't want to keep interrupting you because you guys are making good progress. I'm sorry to do that.
Keep making good progress.
I think we need to press on, actually.
Actually, you do. And
We do,
I'll
and you know.
I'll be right
we
here.
should also all remember that we're being broadcast. There will be a transcript of everything we say. And there are people more people joining to listen to our deliberations.
So to Beth's point, do we take all that out about long-term effects?
I wouldn't take out the quote about Mr. Klein. Is that we're talking about the temporary sediment and erosion control measures are likely to come from?
No.
No, after that,
Oh, okay.
we were talking about like the viability and how long the system's gonna last.
I don't think that's,
Well, there isn't. Where is the data to back that up?
Right, that's-
yeah, I don't
That's
think
the
that's a
thing.
finding.
I don't think we can
I
use
don't
it.
think that's a finding.
We need to fill in a little more, maybe the last main point here is on the snow management and
Yep.
de-icing system.
Yes.
We started that, number 5.
Can I delete from the bottom of 12 from SEM, consistency of the plan? We've already added all that, right? So I can delete all this, right? I'll keep that there. I mean, Michael Klein didn't, on the snow remover plan, did question how hard it was to enforce it. The environmental friendly de-icing process. I don't think that's the main point, but I think that's something to mention. It's a hard.
Maybe it comes under failure to address significant concerns. You know, we add that as a point, the concerns regarding effective enforcement of the snow storage.
Also
this-
in the conditions. Right, wouldn't have been covered in the conditions.
Yeah, but there are no conditions now.
Or remove all excess snow that's not available.
There are no conditions because we're not approving.
No, but I'm saying if we like you
Took
said with
that.
the other point, if it wasn't,
How did we word it is your question, I think. Katie, I'm gonna highlight an area. I think we,
well, they also said
covered
that they
this.
would use a certain de-icer, right? So it's kind of a. They said some with outstanding questions, they did answer the question. Right?
right,
So
but Michael was just.
we're talking more about
questioning and-
storm, we're talking more about snow placement.
Right,
And
that's-
and removal. We're not
Right.
talking about the icer anymore. They've satisfied that.
So I guess we could add something to the effect of, concern regarding the adequacy of the snow management plan, including the basis for assigning 15 parking spaces for snow storage. I mean, I don't recall that there was any underlying data that showed why 15 was, a good number.
Yeah. But the other thing that this is a little more subtle is that the enforcement of the environmental just think you get a snowstorm and there's somebody there plowing at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Like we talked about last meeting, though, you're never gonna enforce it.
That's the point.
Yeah, so it's,
We're right next to the wetlands. It's a tight area, so
again.
you're
how you
never gonna,
enforce it?
that's what I'm saying. It's an
Yeah.
unenforceable
So
thing,
it's-
which could have negative impact on the wetlands.
But you can put it in, but there's nothing, you can put it in, but there's nothing we can do. You can put it in as a
But that's,
preventative maintenance plan or have it as a stipulation, but that's if we approved it.
But I think Beth is saying that is.
that's a
another
reason,
not to
that's
approve
part
it.
of the reason to deny it, because it's really hard to, it's.
Unachievable.
Yeah, but at the
virtually-
same token, they would say, oh, well, we said we were gonna use a certain product. Right? So it's like, you're literally like, not you, but
No,
there's a no man's land of, you know, who's gonna enforce it and who's gonna say they're gonna do it and tell the truth about it, right? Like,
Yeah,
it's a very hard thing to put in there
Yeah.
because we can't say that they aren't gonna do it,
Mhm.
right?
Still think that kind of thing should be in.
what, Priscilla?
I don't know. I think it should be in, even though we know it.
It's
difficult.
just, it may not be the biggest.
Why
but the
not,
challenge-
why not put it in under concerns and lack of information? Because I really do think we didn't have adequate information about why this was going to work using 15 parking
Well, that's the
spaces.
15, that's,
That's
Yeah.
another, yeah.
And there's that, and then there's the de-icing. It's a perennial problem, you know? You can stipulate and stipulate whether.
Yeah, so you can put it in, sure, throw it in the de-icing, but
No,
it's
we
not,
know
they,
that we
they,
are Concerned about it.
yeah, but they answered the question. Right? So it's like, why would we put it in our denial if they answered the question? Now, if we were to say, why the 15 parking spaces and how high can you stack the snow? And how much melt off that would give if you had, you know, a certain amount of snow, that how much water would come out of that? Maybe a different conversation. But they answered, to me, they answered the de-icing thing.
I mean, it is speculation that that you know, environmentally friendly de-icing agent won't in practice be used consistently. Is what we think will happen. I think it's better just to stick with the concerns regarding whether enough space has been allocated to store the snow.
and what happens if their car is there and all
Yeah,
that kind of
yeah.
stuff. Just the whole viability, I think we just say we have question, or there's not enough information about the viability.
Well, we need
of
to
the-
cite the experts.
Yeah.
Because these are our findings.
No, I
based on
understand it.
Expert testimony.
Now, Kathleen, I have a question for you.
Mhm.
I'm looking at or I've cut and paste from your minutes from Michael Klein's 227 testimony. That's probably, so it's your representation of what he said. This is, he said, with respect to the impact on the wetlands, if all the systems work as intended, the impact on the wetlands will be relatively minor, but additional elements are needed to ensure that over the long run, all the stormwater management measures will function as intended.
So we have a
That's
minute,
from your minutes.
so we have a minute taker who summarizes the minutes. She's on the call now.
Yeah,
And then we draft and review the minutes to the best of our ability. And so
but would
that's,
that, I mean, to me, that says, again, I'm just wondering in terms over if he's questioning over the long term, whether it's set up to work properly, that to me would fit into our concern about the storm management system.
if you feel that that's appropriate, then add it in.
But but it's not his exact words, it's what she, I assume,
Mhm.
wrote up.
We could go back to Michael Klein's reports and see if it's in there. If he,
I don't think he said that exactly in his written report.
I don't think relying on the minutes is as
Yeah, I
Is
don't
his,
feel comfortable using
Yeah,
that.
well,
is as good as
that and then
relying
say the
on
storm-
either
yeah.
recorded testimony or the written reports.
Plus,
Yeah.
it'll just say that storm management maintenance plan.
All right,
will
then
ensure that.
all right, I'll delete this. I don't, I mean, it should be exactly quoted from him. This is his verbatim. This is what I wrote, which is related to that. At this point, my concern is that there are additional elements that should be represented in the plan to give it a high degree of confidence that over the long term that these measures will function. To me, that's meaningful because those are his words. I would put that under not enough information. Angela, you probably weren't, you were doing something else.
Yeah, I'm putting in about the snow management, removal and management plans.
Just
What
think
do you
that they're
think?
gonna say, again, they're gonna say the system will work if it's maintained.
It's just, I think he's saying there's not enough information. That's what
I'm sorry, which area?
This is the quote from Michael Klein's testimony, which the minutes were summarizing, but in his words, it's a little clearer and it's his words.
And what did he say?
If the he says, at this point, my concern is that there are additional elements that should be represented in the plans to give a higher degree of confidence. It's talking about the stormwater system, that over the long term, that these measures will function.
I would put that under the, questions and, and failure to address significant concerns with.
Right,
significant
that's what I was
deficiencies.
gonna suggest.
Yes, why don't you put that in?
I see your arrow there.
Mhm.
Are you fixing it?
No, I'm, where Angela is on that.
Oh. All right, I added that.
So we can get rid of this,
Off to bed.
can we get rid of this, that, page 13, that first quote of upon testimony?
Well, I'm down below. I think I'm gonna delete all this whole
Okay.
thing here.
Okay, are we getting towards the end here, do you think?
I think so.
Yeah,
Okay, why don't we delete the things that we? that
Yeah,
need
that's
to
what
be
I'm
deleted,
working
then
on.
We'll read it through and,
How about here, Katie? I'm on from Michael Klein, 3/1/23, the use of the stormwater management measures are temporary.
have
We
that.
got that in, right? All right, then I'm gonna get rid of this. The prudent is not relevant. I had that twice.
okay, I'm gonna start writing about reasons.
the green roof, we already put it in. Let's put it in.
I don't know what she wrote.
I'm just trying
Is
to
that it right there?
compose them. Because we
Is
read
that-
I don't know if she's already added that above.
findings.
Okay, I can get rid of this.
Just want to try and hurry things on a bit.
I think we have all this still.
Change this.
Okay.
What sort of thing do the reasons and review? Enough denial.
It's usually all the testimony, of course, the things you've already cited. But this is already in there based on the findings and expert testimony. So
we don't need to do this. Have it- Okay, so we
So-
got it already. We don't need this.
We'll have to see what, like, I think the findings need to go in after number 15. all the things.
15, yeah.
I think that's where it should go.
Let's get the findings tidied up and then we'll.
Is she coming with your sandwich?
Oh, yeah.
Angela, did you put the snow, what you wrote for the snow storage, is that still a draft or is that in our document?
I put it in
You
here.
brought it up already?
Well, I just wrote something.
5A.
So, Mr. Sandolo expressed concern in his report of 27th February 2023 regarding the practicality of the proposed snow removal and management plan. And I put, no data was supplied to show that 15 parking spaces will be adequate for snow storage. Or the backup plan if the parking spaces were occupied by cars. Yeah, untreated snow melt will run off into the wetlands. Is that okay?
Yeah.
I don't think we've included Priscilla's. did we?
Yeah, I was wondering that as well.
Yeah,
What percentage was it?
12 to 13%
No.
of runoff.
Let's put it in with the volume that you
Where-
have. That's where I
Yeah.
have it, but
I'm gonna see where that came from.
you have the increase and then just put it as a.
Well, this is all been changed.
Yeah, the
Okay.
drainage summary.
It's okay.
Work in progress.
Yep. Four.
Stretching.
What are you looking for?
I'm just grabbing the drainage summary report. That's where the Priscilla's.
And that was from the applicant, right?
So you're just looking at the change, Priscilla, from the 5-year to the 25-year?
Under what section is it? Did you
It's in
find
the-
it?
It's in this book.
This February 15th, we're looking at. Drainage report.
Oh, it's revised February 15th. I mean, that's what I have, but
Okay, page 4.
yeah.
Here it is.
What was revised when?
The 15th of February. So where's the numbers come from?
There's a table.
And where does it say it will increase by 12 to 13%? Is this something that Joe Canis looked at?
Yes. I don't remember that figure though. Priscilla, do you remember where you got the 12 to 13% figure?
Well, it looks like somehow I must have gotten it from this page 4.
Priscilla, I do remember you mentioning a table that you referred to on that 12 to, because I was looking for it and I couldn't find it.
On page 4, in the 5-year storm,
They said 13.
there's the percent changes are listed as 12.3 and 13.4. I don't know if that's.
That must have been it.
Oh, so it's flow versus volume. Huh. But the volume is going up 26% in the 1-year storm.
Increase volume can.
If I'm reading that right.
Says in this
I
instance,
know.
increase.
That's not de minimis.
Yeah. I think you might want to have a look at page 12 of Joe Canis's report dated 27th of February. Where he talks about the stormwater management. It's paragraph 1.
What page did you say?
Page 12.
I'm sorry, what's the date?
It's this report if you have the hard copy.
Yeah,
Oh, I-
227.
227. And he does address it. Increased volume can adversely impact downstream receiving waters. Since they would be exposed to elevated flows for longer durations of time. But then he goes on to say, in this instance, the increased volume would have a de minimis impact to the 5 Mile River. The site acreage is 4.76 acres and the watershed of the 5 Mile River is 2,220 acres. Meaning that the site is 0.2% of the contributing watershed area. But he goes on to say, however, as designed, the system does not comply with the town's volume reduction requirement. That's going back to the drainage policy, which will be addressed by the town engineer and P&Z presumably. So I don't know, do we want to include this in here?
I don't think so.
I know, I'm sorry. No, it just does that automatically.
Sleeping.
Sleeping, yes. So I have to put it back
I hit a
on.
button.
Oh, you hit a button.
No, I thought you hit a
No,
button.
no. It just goes to sleep
Okay.
after a while. So do we want to include that or not?
My general operating principle has been, you know, Michael Klein and Joe Canis are. Their words are somewhat more impactful than, yeah, so if they've said something. I don't think we can be inconsistent and take what they say into account sometimes and not other times.
So you're saying don't include it?
Yeah,
I agree.
I mean, I think so. I don't see where that comes from an expert testimony, which is really what we're looking for here, substantial evidence based on expert testimony. Okay, are we able to take it? Have we taken out everything that we're not going to put in? And actually, as far as the reasons are concerned, I think that that's going to be covered under item 14. Okay.
Just remember, Pete can't see this either. So
14?
Yes, I know.
we'll have to,
Now I'm lost. Where did we say, Kathleen, that we thought that the reasons
on
were
the-
covered?
front end of the resolution.
Front end of the resolution.
So this is page 3,
Oh, yes,
page,
page
oh,
2.
wait a minute.
No.
No. Numbering might be screwed up, but
Yeah. We had that in one of these. didn't we?
I don't think it must be the 27th. This is the 27th.
Okay, I think it's number 17, actually, on, I don't know the pages.
that's it, yeah, based on the findings.
Sorry.
Think-
Yes, set forth about the commission found that the proposed activities will have a significant adverse impact on the wetlands and water courses. So that's
I
our
think
reasons.
I think
Yeah, okay.
that's what we'll have to
So
confirm with.
are we, before we do that, let's
Mhm.
try and get the
Mhm.
findings cleaned up.
Mhm.
Are we sort of feel that they're pretty clean?
It's the date of this document.
You know, the way number 2 is written, I think we got to tidy that up.
I was just tidying up the one above.
Oh, okay. Are we ready to talk about anything about number 2?
I'm almost there.
I'm sorry?
I'm almost there.
Okay. Because I think we need to clean it up here and then we're going to start reading it so everybody can hear it.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah. So with number 2, here's my issue. The first sentence seems fine. Impact on the wetlands during and post-construction relating to the stormwater management system. And then we go on to say, our concern is because if the proposed stormwater network does not function per the design intent as outlined, more water will be getting to the wetland faster and the wetlands can be adversely affected. I don't know, we need that because it's kind of like speculation. And what we've got underneath are actual findings based on expert testimony that raise issues.
I think you delete from our concern down,
Okay. I'm
and then
gonna
you
do
just
that.
leave that. And then A through E says why.
Yep, I mean, that's, yep.
It's our professional opinion, or we should say it's our experts, or it's an expert's.
Well, that was a quote from his
Oh, I see.
report.
Okay, okay.
But maybe it should say.
Maybe it should be in
his-
quotes.
No, in his professional opinion,
Hmm.
that's what it should say.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Oh, I'm on the,
It's above
I'm on the one above too.
Okay,
Same problem.
yeah,
I can do it.
okay, great.
It what, or it is, I guess it still is. It is, but we didn't say who, so I'm gonna have to say,
This report is quoted below.
Yeah.
but
Grammar policing.
what does that mean? Will be picked up by the water on D? That the catch and piping will trap pollutants.
Go with the water food system.
Well, you know,
Will be,
that's actually the words he used, but perhaps we can improve upon it.
discharge into the.
Be caught up by the water. Is that better?
Be carried by, or
That's if the separator doesn't work or
Mm-hmm.
the sumps.
the last one is also not a good sentence.
Maybe we should say will become commingled with the water.
The water that's already gone through the system, right?
Right.
I think that's the point that needs to be clarified.
Let's actually look and see what he said. 227.
The last one doesn't, was just noted that the use of final measures.
We reworded that, didn't we?
I don't understand a sentence that well. I'd edit sentences. We kind of lumped a few in there. We should also quote where that's from. I'm gonna go just search my document for that.
Wasn't it in this one? Isn't it right here? It's right here. Dated
Oh, yeah,
February
yeah.
29th.
That's the one, because it was a
Yeah.
bad sentence in the first place.
Mhm. They could do Davis Environmental Report, February
And
29th, 2023.
It's actually March 1st. It was just, that was a typo.
Mhm.
I see. I think that's pretty powerful, actually.
No, I don't see it actually. No, I'm not in which of it.
March 1st.
Were you on or?
There wasn't.
Oh, he changed it, yeah.
There wasn't a date. Such as the one he, but that shows how quickly he was working. That's okay, that sounds better, right? If you're looking at that. Still not a great sentence, but it's his sentence.
Okay, I don't find that part, that what we've got in D in the report of 227.
When I just edited it,
No, D.
D.
all right, I'll see if I can find it. Did we put a date on that? Oh, response. Oh,
Yeah, 2/27/23.
His point that as a result of the clean water being diluted while being conveyed to the proposed stormwater network.
I think it's just that point, actually. That. Have we got that in here? I mean, that was a point that I thought was important. The pollution of groundwater from the rock cut while being conveyed through the proposed storm water network and discharged into the wetlands. So maybe that's what we put in here. Yeah.
I have something from Tigan Bonds. where he quotes the SC minor. The SC minor letter raises numerous concerns regarding the stormwater design of the project. The first paragraph under the stormwater section expresses concern that the proposed cuts of over 30 feet are likely to result in groundwater exfiltrating through the proposed rock cut and discharging into the downslope wetland as surface runoff. The letter states that the surface of water generally contains greater pollutants than groundwater and therefore is more likely to cause damage to the wetlands. The exfiltrated groundwater would contribute to peak flow rates and volumes of runoff which are not accounted for in the hydraulic analysis. We believe these concerns are reasonable. Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's actually the point at the last bullet point of the bottom of Sandolo's letter, a report of 227.
Page 1.
Yeah, page 1. Yeah.
I actually think
A lot to put though. I like this part. You're taking this from a document.
Yeah.
If one person was doing this, it would be a lot of, it would be twice as slow.
Okay, I've tidied that up. Mr. Sandolo expressed concern that although the groundwater discharge of the rock cut is relatively clean, it will be polluted while being conveyed through the proposed stormwater network and discharged into the wetlands, thereby adversely impacting the wetlands. Report of 227-23. Okay. Is that
What I just read was, which may even add more power to this, was from Joe Cantus.
well? Let's put that in too. Yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna cut, I have it already copied. I'm
good,
just gonna
great.
cut and paste it and then we can see how it looks.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, I'll change the first paragraph. I'm just gonna say, Joe,
Which report did that come from, Beth?
this came from Joe's 227 report.
Okay. Okay,
Page 13, Angela.
thank you.
Oh, I don't know.
No,
I
it's
had
on
it,
page
see, I
13.
had it cut and paste in my document. It's probably somewhere close to here because it's all about the stormwater. I highlighted. See, I did my little thing of cutting
As long as
it.
you put it in, Beth, I mean,
I'm sure
you have
it's,
it
I mean,
copied and
word-
pasted in
it's
there.
word, it's the word.
Are you at 220? Are you looking at 227?
Yeah, I have it in the document I prepared. I just don't know where it came from here, but I'm just gonna finish writing this.
Yeah, finish
Yeah,
writing.
throw it in there.
It's February 21st. Yeah.
Yeah, again. I'll find it in the physical.
I'll drop it in.
Well, I just put it,
Oh.
it's in there. But I just had it in my Word document because I had cut it before.
Yeah, it's from February 21st. Okay.
And what page is that on?
On page 3.
That way, or not that's specific, but since we couldn't find it this time, we might as well. This is renumber because page 3 is just this stuff.
It's in his original first letter. Oh, sorry, that's 4-3. You're right. Excuse me. Hold on. That's not what it is.
You know,
That's the first page.
First page.
First page, okay.
Oh, it's up here.
Bottom of the first page.
I'm looking at page 11. There's a portion in purple. Is that what you're working on?
I'm working on, I just put in E under impacts on the storm system.
February 21st, you're wrong date.
Oh, that's the problem is.
Sorry, Angela, what did you say?
So page 11. Oh, yes, that's right. You're there. Mr. Klein noted the use of the final stormwater management measures as temporary sediment and erosion control measures is not recommended. Okay, is it likely to compromise their performance in the long term? Okay. Fine. Do we all want to read this through
Mhm.
ourselves and then maybe I read out this portion so that everybody can hear it, George and Dan, and also Attorney Gelderman, as well as those who have joined the Zoom meeting. And then we decide where we're going to put this in.
How do we get Dan and,
I'll bring them back on camera when you're ready. Are you ready?
No, we're each going to read through this and see if we find
so
it
we're reading through the findings, right?
Yeah.
Individually, just,
on our own.
okay, got it.
Okay.
Okay,
Do you have it up or
I could get it on my phone.
you want to share me? Share
Yeah,
me?
sure.
You want to read here? So I'll read on my phone. Oh, I can.
Do you say the
should be
adverse impact or
I would think the adverse impact to be.
the potential adverse impact?
Say potential.
This is
Where?
the
We
assumption.
shouldn't say
Well,
potential.
Where's potential?
She said potential.
Well, let's put it in and see what then we'll talk. Where are you putting potential?
I was wondering, but I just added, so the first finding, certain underlying assumptions underestimate the adverse impact of the proposed project on the wetlands.
Yep.
I was gonna say potential.
No,
Let's say.
Is it wetlands singular or plural? I see it both ways.
I think plural.
Plural's fine, yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I think that sounds pretty good, those assumptions.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You want me to go up with
No,
it?
Newton's good. Yep, you're fine.
Angela, on number 2, are you there?
Yes.
Should we say adverse impacts?
Yeah, I'll put it in.
Okay. And a lot of times when they talk about this, they always make impacts plural, which is not good English, but that's what.
No, I
mean,
think
it's-
adverse impact's fine.
It's totally different.
No, it's so hard to adjust.
That's what he said, but it's not great that he put it like that. Hmm? I'm sorry.
It's not a wetland impact, it's a construction impact.
Mm.
B and E are fairly close to the same point,
And which number?
Uh,
2.
too.
Okay.
I mean, they're kind of getting at the same thing. The E is more explicit in how it happens.
Well,
I think we put it in there because they're two different people. Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah. Okay, number 3, I think we got something missing here. Concerns regarding the structural integrity of the retaining wall and the placement of additional fill around the water. Don't we mean,
Wetland.
The wall.
yeah, in the wetlands?
Yeah,
In the water, in the wetlands at the base of the wall.
Yeah, thank you.
yeah, because it is going directly into the wetlands.
But it wasn't going directly into the wetlands though.
The soil fill is. I thought.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's at the base of the wall.
I mean, this is something that they have to finish when they finish
Got it.
construction.
Got it.
Sorry, I just formatted that so it looks like the rest.
Is 3C, that can't be the right date for the Tigan bond.
That's 1. Hmm.
Is
Oh,
it
no, it's, sorry,
2.4C?
it must be 23. I think I'm stuck in
Stuck in 2020.
2020.
It should be the proposed placement of additional fill, right?
Yeah. Sounds good.
I'm just going to put a comma here as noted, right?
Okay, I'm up to number 4, about the green roof.
Different type.
Well, it's different type, but it's more that, I mean. I would say, and raise questions about whether additional information is needed to demonstrate the feasibility. I think that's enough, really, rather than the quote, which says, I don't know if, yeah, is adequate or not.
And then delete it.
Okay, I'll delete that bit. I think adequately. Yeah.
Mhm.
Sorry, I'm just going to go back a minute.
Is this in Calgary or Arial? The whole thing's in Arial, right? Yeah, we have 2 different fonts here.
Yeah, it was supplied.
Well, it's actually plural, but I will.
No,
put
You want me to
plural.
make this all one font? I
Oh,
can-
yeah.
I can just do
Oh.
select all. What do we want, Arial or
Sure.
You know,
Calgary?
data is plural. Datum.
Yeah, I thought it was-
Datum is the
Oh.
singular.
Okay.
Comes comes from the Latin. Sorry. It really doesn't matter though.
She didn't do it. It was
I
something
mean,
to
it's
do-
kind of spooky, isn't it? Suddenly
That
you're
is-
reading something.
looks
that
better,
is-
scares the heck out of me.
Oh, I thought it was like-
Yeah. Can I take this? I'm on the snow de-icing. Can I take out just this odd sentence? He questions
yeah.
how the area for the,
It was just one of those extra ones that were floating around. It didn't.
Yeah. no problem. And then reasons we think are going to be adequately captured in what Kathleen's already drafted.
You've already drafted something, Kathleen?
Well, this is we are being
Oh, you
added
from
to the
before, yeah.
resolution. Yeah.
I mean, the resolution, the
Oh, I see.
front part.
Yeah, yeah,
So
Gotcha. I thought you just did it now. I thought, oh, wow.
No, I'm handicapped. tonight.
So
You guys did a great
findings,
job.
findings would go where? It would go, you've already got findings.
Well, that's a good question.
Shit, now. it
And I'm going to
all
ask
looks the
Katie
same.
to cut and paste because I would hate to cut it and then lose it, you know. Yeah, findings.
So these are just additional. I mean, this is still the standard stuff.
Yeah, and then we just add it to this, okay?
We just, I think we would add it
So after,
after 15.
Probably sweating
Yeah.
bullets right now. I am so.
okay,
So my numbering is probably off. So go up a little
What
bit.
around this small are you saying?
Yeah.
I see minor. Yeah. So
What area are you
after-
staying in?
after
Paris?
so it would
14.
be 414. This is your. this
Okay.
would be, yeah.
So it
Oh,
would be,
no.
no,
You're on the right bank. Yeah. Left.
So
It's like that.
Yeah.
everything would be
Okay.
cut
Yeah.
just in there.
so
Yeah.
Katie, I'm going to ask you to cut and paste.
Okay.
Because I don't want to be responsible.
From the
I was
Draft.
on the sick.
Kathleen sent earlier.
Yeah, so if you go to, it's not numbered, but there is a section headed findings. And what she's got in there are the usual things that go into findings. And after,
Findings for denial.
yes, so after number 14, we should add what we have drafted. Do you want to just move it up there?
After, sorry, say that again.
After 14.
After 14, the commission finds that most credible evidence was presented by the experts and consultants retained by the interveners and the peer reviewers.
We can get rid of the cross out, right?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah,
the
we can get rid of that later. Let's get rid of that later.
Well, she can start working on it. if she
I can
wants
do
to.
it
Yeah,
if you want.
okay, well,
Yep.
you did, why don't you work on that too? And then Katie can have the responsibility of taking
It's
the
here.
work that we've done,
It's page
popping it in there after 14.
4.
You know what you might want to do? You might want to copy it rather than cutting it.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's a good idea.
Because then if something goes wrong, you still got it.
Just copying the whole thing in.
Yeah. Then we can delete it when we're sure we've got it where we want it and we've got everything.
Oh, and then will we have Pete look at it tonight?
He's still on the call. He's on the call, but it's your decision. I think the only thing we would ask Pete is the format flowing correctly?
Yes.
Yeah,
And have you,
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
So my plan is, once we've got this in here, I'm going to read some of this. What, should I read the whole thing or just the new part?
Sorry, Angela, I'm a little confused on what.
yeah, let's
See,
get that.
I'll show you.
Okay, so,
Stuff in there. Do you know? what's going on?
so you've
Or
got,
She wants,
do you want me to bring my, here's her over?
I want to make sure, I mean, I think I know what you want.
Here we go.
Yeah, that can do it too if she knows what.
Right. You want,
Oh, you want me to come up to you? Beth?
I've
Beth?
already forgotten. but-
I'm gonna sit
Either
here.
way, okay.
Sit here. Okay, so we got Kathleen's draft resolution, okay? And then
Jeff?
there's a resolution.
See who's on there.
And all this good stuff.
So Kathleen's is in the beginning of our thing we just worked on. That's
Yes,
Kathleen's
yeah,
draft.
yeah.
And then we.
Now,
just
and then
added on
it,
the-
then it goes on to say, now therefore be it resolved.
Yeah.
And then you've got Roman numerals 2, findings.
Mhm.
And then she's got down to number 14.
Sorry, there's more. I don't know if I can
And so
see
we
it.
should actually pop
Mm,
what we've done in this gap
You get the
here.
idea.
Mhm.
Right here.
Mhm.
You want our information right here.
Yes, yeah,
Well, the now therefore. be it
yes,
resolved. Okay.
yes. Apparently that makes sense.
Oh, we'll have to see how it all flows.
So now it goes from 14
So now we have to
to
renumber it.
findings.
Yeah, so we renumber that. So it's
Okay.
number 15. Oops.
And I'll delete this findings sections at the other end.
Yes. Oh, Angela, what did you do? Yeah, I think I can start reading it while you guys maybe tidy up the font and things.
I think
Does
we
that
got
make
the font
sense?
almost right, though.
And I'll delete this last section.
Yeah, or you can leave it hanging out there for the moment. We don't even lose it.
I made a copy just in case.
Okay, wonderful.
Angela,
Yes, hi there, Dan.
this is Dan.
Yes,
What do you have in your hands? Do you have the draft as of 03/21/23 for denial? Is that where we're
Yes,
starting
that's
in
what-
that? Okay,
that's what we've been working on. We have been
okay,
adding additional findings. And I think we're ready actually to read it to everybody who's listening. Should I read the question? Pete,
Yeah. Yes, it needs to be read from the beginning.
needs to be read from the beginning. Okay,
Yes, the entire resolution needs to be read. It should start with resolved that the application,
It's freezing. Pete, your video and,
then you can name it, whatever it's titled. I'm sorry?
sorry, your video is, your connection is faltered a little bit. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, the resolution, you should start with, resolved, that at its meeting of March 22nd, 2023, the commission, it was moved by somebody and then seconded by somebody. You can fill those names in afterwards to deny the application based on the following findings and reasons for denial. And then that would just be the lead in. So you can read the entire thing, Angela, and then somebody will make a motion and it'll be seconded to adopt that resolution that you just read. And then there'll be a vote.
okay.
So-
But what I've got in front of me isn't exactly what you just said. And I can't remember everything you just said to repeat it.
Well, here's what you should do. Read the entire thing. This is just you could just start at the beginning and say, this is the body of our motion to deny, and start with findings and then go to reasons. And then ask, do I have a motion to adopt this resolution? And a second. Yes, and then, you've got are there any more questions, comments, discussion? No, let's have a vote. And then the final resolution can be put into, the proper form by Kathleen. It's not going to change anything in the body of it because that's what you're voting on. But the language at the beginning, be it resolved, all that stuff, we can fill in after the fact, as long as we know who made the motion, who seconded it, and the entire body, which is really the findings and the reasons, are read. And unless somebody wants to change something after it's read, then a vote would be taken.
Okay, very good. So Kathleen,
Yes.
can I start there? Now therefore be it resolved. Or do I have to read this whole thing? 'Cause it's
Yeah,
what-
yes, you can do that, Angela, and then yes, you can start it that way, and we can fix that preamble language after the fact, as long as we're not changing the findings and the reasons.
Okay, here we go. Now therefore be it resolved, after taking into consideration the entire record, that application number 22-23-11 is denied. Findings. The Inland Wetlands Commission received the application at its meeting on October the 17th, 2022. The Commission received a verified notice of intervention from attorney Jonathan Shapiro dated October the 11th, 2022 on behalf of Mark Durkin.
I'm in the wrong section.
Am I in the wrong section?
Yeah, it doesn't seem right to me.
Well, these were all the things you had as findings, Kathleen, and that's where we put,
Okay.
that's when then we added ours. Are we doing this in the wrong document?
So you're reading the notice of intervention, I think.
Right.
That's in the middle of the denial. You
Yeah.
should start as to the application, the resolution as to the application findings. That's what I have on my piece of paper, you know.
Okay. Okay, very good. Sorry, apologize for that. So start again. Resolution as to the application findings. The Inland Wetlands Commission received the application at its meeting on October the 17th, 2022. The Commission conducted a public site visit on October the 12th, 2022. The Commission received a petition to hold a public hearing pursuant to Section 11, Spot 2, Public Hearings of the Town of New Canaan Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Regulations. The Commission held public hearings on the application on November 21st, 2022, December 19th, 2022, January 23rd, 2023, February 27th, 2023, and March 1st, 2023. The applicant's civil and soil scientist plans, including others, were revised several times while the application was pending and dated August the 30th, 2022, November the 4th, 2022, February the 15th, 2023, March 1, 2023, civil plans, and September the 14th, 2022, November the 17th, 2022, January 29th, 2023, February the 15th, 2023, and February 28th, 2023, soil scientist. The Commission received numerous and lengthy exhibits while this application was pending and heard from numerous speakers while the public hearing was open. The Commission deliberated on the application on March 13th, 2023, March 20th, 2023, and March 22nd, 2023. This application is specific to a proposed 93-unit residential community development, including site development preparation, construction, and maintenance of building, accessory structure and associated driveways, parking areas, and drainage measures in designated upland review area. The application also proposes to improve the substantially constructed and previously approved access driveway crossing area, including increasing the pervious surface of the access driveway from 16 to 20 feet and extending the existing retaining wall along the access driveway. The Commission received a memo dated October the 27th, 2022 and February 27th, 2023 from Maria Coplet, Town Engineer, Department of Public Works, Town of New Canaan, regarding her review and comments on the application while the application was pending. The Commission utilized the complex application fee to retain experts as peer reviewers in the areas of civil engineering and wetland biology science. The peer reviewers provided both verbal testimony and submitted the following reports while the application was pending. Davison Environmental, Michael Klein, professional soil scientist, reports dated November the 14th, 2022, December the 13th, 2022, February the 24th, 2023, and March 1st, 2023. Tigan Bond, Joseph Canis, PE, reports dated November the 15th, 2022, December the 12th, 2022, February the 21st, 2023, and February the 27th, 2023. The applicant provided verbal testimony and submitted the following reports in reply to town staff, peer reviewers, the commission and interveners while the application was pending and prior to the close of the public hearing on March 1st, 2023. Tigan Bond, response letter by DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering, PC, revised February the 15th, 2023. Davison Environmental, response letter by DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering, PC, revised February the 15th, 2023. Engineering Department, Department of Public Works, response letter by DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering, PC, revised February the 15th, 2023. Site plan review set by DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering, PC, revised February the 15th, 2023, to incorporate requisite supplemental information. SE Minor & Co., response letter by DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering, PC, revised February the 15th, 2023. Drainage Summary Report by DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering, PC, revised February the 15th, 2023. Stormwater Management Operations and Maintenance Plan by DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering, PC, revised February the 15th, 2023. Hydrology Impact Assessment by Weston and Sampson, dated February the 1st, 2023. Wetland and Watercourses Delineation Letter by William Kenny Associates, dated February the 15th, 2023. Revised Section 5.3 Wetlands Functions and Values of previously submitted Wetland Assessment Report by William Kenny Associates, dated February 2023. Wetland Buffer Habitat Enhancement Planting Plans by William Kenny Associates, dated February the 15th, 2023, revised February the 28th, 2023. Street Sweeping and Snow and Integrated Management Plan by William Kenny Associates, dated February the 15th, 2023. Earthwork Cut Fill Worksheet by DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering, PC, revised February the 9th, 2023. Earth Removal Narrative and Blasting Plan by Solly Engineering, revised February the 17th, 2023. Architectural Plans by AWA Design Group, PC, dated February the 15th, 2023, with green roof components. Geotechnical Engineering Report by GZA, dated May the 10th, 2017. Landscape Plan Solly Engineering, dated January the 19th, 2023. The interveners provided verbal testimony and submitted the following reports while the application was pending. SE Minor, Robert Sandolo, PE, and Lawrence Liebman, Chief Environmental Scientist, reports dated November the 21st, 2022, December the 19th, 2022, and February the 27th, 2023, Sandolo. The interveners provided verbal testimony and submitted the following reports while the application was pending. SE Minor, Robert Sandolo, PE, and Lawrence Liebman, Chief Environmental Scientists, reports dated November the 21st, 2022, December the 19th, 2022, and February the 27th, 2023, Sandolo. The Commission finds that the most credible evidence was presented by the interveners and peer reviewers. Based on the findings and expert testimony as set forth above, the Commission found that the proposed activities will have a significant adverse impact on the wetlands or watercourses. Findings. I think I have this. Okay, here we go. Certain underlying assumptions underestimate the adverse impact of the proposed project on the wetlands. A, as outlined in the applicant's drainage summary report, February the 15th, 2023, the average precipitation estimates were applied rather than the upper confidence estimates. The use of the upper confidence estimates would change the flow volumes and rate. B, the modeling of flow paths was questioned by SE Minor and Joe Canis of Tighe & Bond. Tighe & Bond's February 27th, 2023 document noted agreement with SE Minor's finding that the flow paths for the times of concentration were not taken from the hydraulically furthest points in the DA-1A and DA-1B sub-watersheds. C, the highway method which was used to assess wetland functions and values was applied by the applicant in a non-standard fashion. As a result, according to the peer review by Davison Environmental and noted in Michael Klein's February 24th document and his February 27th testimony, the applicant's application of the highway method obscures small or medium-sized impacts and relies to a very high degree on qualitative judgment. D, observations in the Wetland Assessment Report, September 2022, are based on data which are 6 years old from 2017. Next point. Adverse impact on the wetlands during and post-construction relating to the stormwater management system. A, the proposed development will increase peak flows in the one-year storm event by 0.11 cubic feet per second or 49 gallons per minute. This increase is not negligible and will increase sedimentation and erosion while exacerbating existing flooding. Given the specific circumstances of this project, it is Mr. Sandolo's professional opinion that this increase will result in an adverse impact to the wetland and upland areas. Mr. Sandolo's report of 27th of February 2023. B, the proposed development will increase runoff volumes in the one-year storm event by nearly 3,000 cubic feet, i.e. 22,434 gallons. If a wetland is inundated with more water than it is accustomed to, that is just as detrimental as a lack of water. In Mr. Sandolo's professional opinion, this increase is unacceptable and will adversely impact the wetlands. Mr. Sandolo's report of 27th of February 2023. C, there are significant increases in runoff volumes in the 1, 2, 5, 10, and 25-year design storms. These are all relatively commonly occurring storm events. An increase in runoff volumes during these events will adversely impact the wetlands. These conclusions are supported by the detailed analysis in Mr. Sandolo's report of 19th December 2023. D, Mr. Sandolo expressed concern that although the groundwater discharge from the rock cut is relatively clean, it will be polluted while being conveyed through the proposed stormwater network and discharged into the wetlands, thereby adversely impacting the wetlands. Report of 27th of February 2023. E, Joe Canis of Tighe & Bond agreed with Mr. Sandolo's concern that the rock cuts would affect the stormwater system. Specifically, he agreed that proposed cuts of over 30 feet are likely to result in groundwater exfiltrating through the proposed rock cut and discharging into the downslope wetland as surface runoff. He stated that surface water generally contains greater pollutants than groundwater and is therefore more likely to cause damage to the wetlands. Tighe & Bond, 21st of February, 2023. F, Mr. Klein noted that the use of the final stormwater management measures as temporary sediment and erosion control measures is not recommended as it is likely to compromise their performance in the long term. March 1st, 2023, report from Michael Klein of Davison Environmental. Next point. Concerns regarding the structural integrity of the retaining wall and the proposed placement of additional fill in the wetlands at the base of the wall. A, failure to address concerns regarding the structural stability of the western retaining wall for sliding and overturning, as noted in Mr. Sandolo's report of 27th of February 2023. B, in his report of 27th of March 2023, Mr. Sandolo stated that in his professional opinion, the proposed design of having a mortared stone wall with a dry laid stone footing is very unusual and not structurally sound. Failure of the wall would result in discharge of polluted runoff into the wetlands and upland area, or even worse, a structural failure of the wall itself. C, Joe Canis of Tighe & Bond, in his final report dated 27th of February 2023, expressed concern that groundwater passing through the ungrouted base of the retaining wall will short circuit the water quality volume treatment that would be achieved by infiltration. More information is needed. D, Tigan Bond and SE Minor both expressed concern regarding the groundwater discharge through the retaining wall's footing drains, effectively short-circuiting the treatment process that infiltration normally provides. Stated in Joe Canis's report of the 22nd of February 2023. Next point. Failure to address significant concerns with significant deficiencies and outstanding items remaining. 1. Mr. Sandolo concluded in his report of the 27th of February 2023 that the application lacks the level of detail and analysis warranted by a project of this magnitude. It is not possible to determine whether the proposed development is feasible, nor to determine the full extent of adverse impacts to the wetlands. Given the material provided, it is our opinion that the proposed development will have an adverse impact on the wetland and upland areas and will pose risk to the general safety of the public, he stated. 2, Joe Canis of Tigan Bond in his final report dated 27th of February 2023, and Michael Klein of Davison Environmental noted that there are still areas where additional information is needed to satisfy his concerns. 3, various additional information is needed in relation to certain aspects of the retention system, page 16, as well as hydraulic computations for the proposed storm drains. 4, Mr. Klein stated the green roof is an integral element of the stormwater management plan and raised questions about whether additional information is needed to demonstrate the feasibility of this portion of the plan. Reported the 24th of February 2023. 5, Mr. Klein noted in his 27th of February 2023 testimony his concern that there are additional elements that should be represented in the stormwater management plan to give a higher degree of confidence that over the long term, these measures will function adequately. Next point, concerns regarding snow management and de-icing plan. Mr. Sandolo expressed concern in his report of the 27th of February 2023 regarding the practicality of the proposed snow removal and management plan. No data was supplied to show that the 15 parking spaces will be adequate for snow storage or the backup plan if the parking spaces were occupied by cars. Untreated snow melt will run off into the wetlands. Do I read the next bit?
Are you into the,
Now therefore be it resolved.
well, that would possibly
That's
be,
about the interveners.
no, that's actually your vote, so.
So now,
yeah,
okay,
so you'd actually be voting.
okay.
yeah.
So after that rather long read through of the resolution and the findings, I'd like to ask if anyone on the commission would like to make a motion in relation to this this resolution.
Beth Sanford for the record. I move that we deny the application based on this resolution, which we just read and outlines our findings that identify our concerns about the application.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanford. Do I have someone to second that, please? Commissioner Woike seconds the motion. Thank you. So now we will have some discussion before we move to the formal vote. Are there issues that commission members would like to raise? So I actually have a procedural question for Attorney Gelderman. So it sounds like we're ready to take a formal vote on the resolution to deny the application. Do we then need to have a separate vote in relation to the intervener's pleading?
Yes,
Okay. So we would do that after we have taken this vote.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So I would like to go round and ask for the votes of the commission members. Mr. Stepanek,
Peter, let me ask you a question. Since I and two other people, commissioners, wanted to approve this with 12 special conditions, we must now deny this. Is that correct?
No, no.
I
You-
mean,
if
must
you
now deny the application, is that correct?
No, you can vote however you want to vote. The motion is to deny, so a yes vote
But we've
is a
already-
vote to deny.
If
You want to vote no, you can vote no.
but you can change now, right? Is that right? If you want to?
It's a new motion, I suppose you could. It would probably be inconsistent, but it's your right. It's a new motion. You can vote the way you see fit.
But we've already voted once, so it could be possible that somebody may, besides the three that wanted to approve it, could approve it, and we could then then we'd be approving the application. Is that correct?
Well, why don't we take the vote and see how that works out? And if that happens, then we'll deal with it.
All right.
okay, so I'd like to call on Dan Stepanek to vote on this motion to deny the application.
I would say no. I want to stay with approving the application, as I said before, with the 12 conditions. Yes.
Very good, thank you. George Perkins,
After listening to the all the facts and the presentations, and they're all excellent, I will vote in favor of accepting the proposal. In other words, I will vote for the denial.
very good. So just to be clear, you are voting to deny the application.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Katie Owsley,
I'm voting to deny the application.
thank you. Priscilla Woike,
I'm voting to deny the application.
Beth Sanford,
I'm voting to deny the application.
Anthony Silo.
To deny the application.
You're voting to deny the
Yeah.
application. And Angela Jameson, I'm voting to deny the application. So we have 6 votes to deny the application and 1 vote not to deny the application. So the application has been denied. And now we need to go on to the second vote, which is on the intervener's pleading. Attorney Gelderman, could you very briefly outline for us what we should consider here? And then I guess the procedure is someone would make a motion and second, and then we'd vote on it.
Yes, the intervener's burden is simply to prove through substantial evidence that their allegations have been proven. The allegations of harm, substantial harm to the resources, water, air, land of the state of Connecticut. So if they have met that burden through substantial evidence, then you would vote to grant them intervener status. That's all you're really doing with that vote, and that would give them the opportunity to take an appeal if they were not happy with the decision. I suspect they would not take an appeal, but at any rate, it would give them intervener status in this process. So it's simply a yes or no vote as to whether or not they have met their burden of establishing an unreasonable pollution to the air, water, land of the state of Connecticut.
Thank you. So should ask someone to make a motion.
I think that would be the way to do it, to make a motion to, well, it could be phrased however anybody wants to make it, but based on, make a motion to approve the intervener's petition based on substantial evidence in the record is probably all that needs to be said.
Right. Would somebody like to make a motion? If not, I'll make it, but somebody, okay. So I move that the commission should find that the interveners have proven that the applicant's proposed conduct is reasonably likely to have the effect of unreasonably polluting, impairing, or destroying the public trust in the air, water, or other natural resources of the state.
Point of order on this. Peter, is it proper for the chairman to make a motion of this magnitude?
Yeah, it's preferable for someone else to make the motion. It doesn't make it void. It doesn't make it invalid, but it's preferable if someone else made the motion, but a chair could make a motion.
In which case I withdraw my motion and I would ask another commission member to make the motion, please.
I can make that.
Yep. Okay. So Priscilla Woike makes the motion, and the motion is, repeat it.
She hasn't.
It's actually on page 5.
Yep.
Whereas I can pass you my computer.
There you go. But it's
Final one.
right here.
Yep.
Commission finds that the interveners have proven that the applicant's proposed conduct is reasonably likely to have the effect of unreasonably polluting, impairing, or destroying the public trust in the air, water, and other natural resources of the state. More particularly, the commission finds that the interveners have set forth sufficient credible and qualifiable evidence to prove the following allegations set forth in their notice of intervention.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second for that?
Beth Sanford, I will second it.
Thank you. Dan Stepanek, how do you vote on that motion?
I say no. I say no.
Okay. George Perkins,
Yes.
thank you. Katie Owsley. Priscilla Woike,
Yes.
Beth Sanford,
Yes.
Anthony Silo,
Yes.
Angela Jameson, yes. So 6 votes to 1, that motion is approved. So on point of procedure, Attorney Gelderman, are there other matters that need to be attended to?
Not on this application. No, you voted on both the application and the petition for intervention. So there's nothing more to do for this application.
Very good. Then I would just like to thank everybody who has been involved in this application.
Angela, can I interrupt you for 1 second? I'm
Sure.
Sorry. I just, because we were working on this document together, I downloaded it into Word so that it's static and sent it to you, Kathleen.
Thank
so
you.
You will have it
Appreciate
exactly as it was read.
Excellent. Thank you, Katie.
Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you very much for doing that, Katie. So I just want to thank everyone who's been involved in this application for the time, hard work and an effort that's gone into it. I want to thank the applicant. I want to thank the interveners and the experts of both parties, as well as the third party reviewers. And I'd like to thank the general public for all the comments that they made at our public hearing, as well as the commission members and Kathleen Holland, who's put a great deal of hard work into this, and Attorney Gelderman. So it's much appreciated. So do I have a motion to adjourn, please?
I move-
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, thank you. Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you very much.